Oh, sorry, Mr. President.
That's okay. We were just waiting for a couple more to walk into the room. Let's go ahead with minerals, and we got Chairman Greer back on the line with us, and welcome back from further places down south. Welcome home.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate that.
Do you want to take that? I'm trying to see who we have for, it looks like it's all yours based on who's in the room here.
Well, yeah, so Mr. President, Chairman Anderson and I were on an Energy Resource Council meeting today. That's why, one, I couldn't attend Management Council, and I knew the council was in good hands. And then, Brian Fuller called in a panic that somebody wouldn't present for minerals, and I don't have a lot to present. I just got the bullet points on what we've got teed up, and so however you'd like me to proceed,
just go ahead and hit them. We're familiar with a lot of them, but we've been giving the chairs a chance to kind of highlight anything they want to emphasize.
Very good. So, Mr. President, we've got, of course, I know we've got 3 days of meetings that are standard. Chairman Anderson and I blocked out 4 days on the calendar, knowing we'll probably drop one of those. And then I think what will probably drive a little bit of what we do this interim is what we're going to do with a special session and what other topics might be assigned to minerals. And I just want to be somewhat considerate of our committee and not take on too much. So, we may have to pare down depending upon which direction leadership and the council goes with a lot of the issues that are going to be facing us in the next 2 months. So just start with that. Number one on our list here is something that we intended to do last year, but we weren't able to, and that is a review, basically a top to bottom review of the Wyoming Business Council. We weren't able to get to it last year simply because of the extra topics we had dealing with the special session and then the extra duties with the relief funds that were put on the Business Council. What we're looking at with this is a review. In one, I've got a page of items already kind of working with the Business Council. The economic disaster relief program needs to have a few more teeth put into it and a couple of loopholes cleaned up. The Business Ready Community Grant Program, there was a bill that came through the Senate that we did not even get out of the House Minerals Committee, where they were trying to do an add-on. And the reason for that is that program needs to be reviewed and refreshed. I think that the CEO, Josh Durrell, has done a great job. He's put together a strategic plan with some vision that we were able to see last year. And we just need to spend a little bit of time with that, make sure those resources are being used properly. The second set of issues, and they're kind of listed together, but they are two separate and distinct issues. And one deals with educating the committee on the Wyoming Energy Authority bonding authority. And, that tool's been available, and we talk about it. And when you saw the Ag Authority come out, they were looking at revenue bonds as a source. That bonding authority has been around. The Pipeline Authority was never able to use it. The Transmission Authority did use it one time. The simple fact is that we need to understand how those bonds work, the constitutionality of the use of those bonds. Do they fall under Amendment 4? And then Patrick Fleming has informally agreed to come in and kind of walk us through how those would work, in what way to make those a true tool in the toolbox. And so that's going to be, first of all, an education process. Will any legislation come out of that? I don't know. I mean, I think we need to first understand those better. Again, we all talk about it, but I don't think we all understand that very well. The second component of the bonding issues, as they're put in there, is more substantive and very much worth consideration. And that deals with conversation we had a while ago with DEQ and the governor's office in the Wyoming Mining Association. And that is establishing, looking at establishing a self-insurance type of pool for reclamation. Now, why do we want to do that? Well, one is there's concerns over reclamation bonds every year. Two is that the surety bonds that the companies are getting keep going up in cost. And as those go up in cost, the risk of those not being reacquired increases. And I think this could be, we need to look at it. There is a possibility there for a triple win out of this situation. And that is a win for industry, a win for the environmental groups, and a win just for the citizens of Wyoming all the way around. And if there is enough of a spread, there may be some opportunity there for us to look at doing something as a state, and we'll get those numbers. And again, that'll be a bit of a financial type of calculation we would look at. The next item on there is the reliability coal generation issues that we have went ahead and wrapped our arms around as the Minerals Committee, knowing that the, this has been in the purview for the Corporations Committee, but that's shifted this year. And with their duties associated with redistricting, I think it's best that we continue with it. The fourth item on our list, which is one that is very intriguing and was a topic of conversation in our meeting this morning even, and that deals with carbon offsets. Majority Floor Leader Driscoll there, I can't see his shining dome, but he and I were on a call, Zoom meeting with the XPRIZE folks, and we had a discussion revolving around this. And dealing with defining, if we can define what a carbon offset is. Now, there are definitions out there, and there are secondary markets right now that industry, like the airline industry, is engaged in, Microsoft is engaged in. But dealing with carbon capture in various forms of forestry, through farming practices, through what they just call the extraction, air extraction. But, this ties in again with our ongoing initiative regarding carbon capture, sequestration, utilization that ties back into trying to keep our coal-fired generation power plants attractive, their electricity attractive to our customers. And and again, I've talked to a couple of folks, and then one today, Kip Coddington in particular, who's very knowledgeable in this. I think, again, more of an exploratory component. Does legislation come out of it? I don't know, but it would be one of those things that if we were able to define that, and then you are able to regulate it, and then you create the market. But it is to make Wyoming an attractive place for this type of innovation, and that's been an ongoing endeavor of the Minerals Committee and the Wyoming Legislature. And then, of course, we'll have our typical agency reports. And then one of the things, I don't know if Representative Gray is around there, but I wanted to get an update, one that I recall, I don't know if Representative Summers remembers this or not, but with when China manipulated the trona market through the use of synthetic trona, is maybe get an update on that. And so those, that's what we've got on our plate, and whatever else you good folks want to throw our way, we'll find a way to chew it up and make it, some of the best legislation that you'll ever see.
Yes, quite a concluding statement there. Members of the committee, anything for the chairman? All right. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so thank you, Chairman Greer. So one of the things under the
Jamaica.
yes, under the Business Council review, do you anticipate that's also going to take a look back at the business programs that you did work through from the CARES Act funds and just try to get an understanding and update on kind of how that worked and where the audits are and any clawbacks? Do you see that, you anticipate some of that, or is it going to be mostly programmatic within the Business Council?
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, I actually wasn't thinking along those lines, but if leadership would like us to do so, we can. And part of my thought process is, you know how these presentations go on and on and on. I was just going to try to limit it to our programs, but we most certainly can look at some of that if you'd like us to.
Thank you. I'd be open to that as well. Go ahead, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Greer, I'm curious with your business council review, if you'll be emphasizing in any way bolstering local economic development.
Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. President, Madam Minority Floor Leader, good God, I hope so. That's what we're trying to look at. That's what we're looking at. The Business Ready Community Grant is that I'm going to use a term that needs to be refreshed to be more effective on the local development level.
Okay, further comment from the committee? There being none, let's go ahead.
One real quick. We've got another committee coming up later that's got the Select Federal Natural Resource Committee, and they have on their committee intends to receive updates on federal oil and gas leasing, fracking and drilling actions in light of the Biden administration's executive orders. Is this something that Minerals would normally do or could do?
Yeah.
And they're also going to look at the severance tax rates in light of potential increases and the federal energy royalty rates. Is that something that Minerals Committee would be able to do also?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. President, the answer to that question is yes. The look at the federal action. So if you look at that Federal Natural Resource Committee came out, my years get mixed up, but it's when Senator Bebout and Chairman Lockhart were chair of the Minerals Committee. And Senator Rothfuss will remember this specifically. We spent a great deal of committee time hearing about the resource management plans in the Bighorn Basin and then around the Lander area. And that's when that committee came out, was to have that interaction with the state BLM office and take a little bit of that workload and pressure off of the Minerals Committee. But yeah, those have historically fallen into that vein. With respect to looking at the lease rates and the severance tax, I think I know specifically what Senator Bonner's looking at with that. And yeah, that is been historically something that the Minerals Committee would look at. Let me say one thing that was on our agenda, Mr. President, and that was the land application of produced water. And I hope that committee has that on their agenda, because that is an overlap of the Minerals Committee dealing with produced water, but it really falls over onto the Ag Committee because it delves into the beneficial use of that water. And I think that particular topic is exactly what that committee ought to be looking at as a mix of Minerals and Ag Committee members.
Mr. Chairman,
Go in.
just to follow up, and I hate to disagree with the chairman of the Minerals Committee, but this is the Federal Natural Resource Management Committee, and I believe produced water isn't exclusive to the federal lands. I don't think it falls within that purview. Would probably be better to go into select water, just because of the nature of the produced water oftentimes is not strictly on federal lands or federal issues. So just like your thoughts on that.
Senator, just for the record, the initial committee you mentioned,
Yep. All right.
Ag.
What's that?
You mentioned Ag.
Oh, to the Ag Committee? Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay,
Be someplace that the standing committee for water related issues, but
thank you. Go ahead. Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
Mr. President, I won't disagree with that at all. I just know, having had a meeting with that group, is one of the issues they're looking at deals with water rights. And that's not I mean, even though we're talking about produced water, it's not within our purview in the minerals committee. And so I'm not, yeah, whether it goes to ag or select water or the other one, I don't, it's all.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Further comments from the committee? Let's go to those in the room. Governor's office is, oh, go ahead. Really quick, Senator Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Greer, just want to, I assume agency reports includes oversight of pending litigation at the Supreme Court on coal export terminal, and then also the recently passed legislation on pushing back on the closure of domestic coal-fired power plants.
So,
Go ahead.
Mr. President, Representative Gray, that's correct. And those are all statutorily required reports. And so, Representative Gray, one of the things I have, Brian Fuller prepares for me is a spreadsheet of all the necessary reports. And, some of them we don't need to bring up or go into any greater depth on, but those that are important, we do have a more formal presentation of those.
Right. And Minerals Chair was looking for you earlier, Representative Gray, to note that. So thank you for the follow-up. All right. Anything else from the committee? Let's go to those in the audience. We do have the Governor's Energy Policy Director here. Any comments? Pleased with our work? Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Let's go to those on the internet. Any public comment? Committee, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move the proposed 2021 interim topics for the Joint Minerals Business and Economic Development Interim Committee.
Second? Second, please. It's been seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Interim topics approved for the Minerals Committee. Thank you, Chairman Greer.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Council, I'm going to leave you, and I apologize for not attending today, but you're probably happy I'm not attending. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Management Audit Committee, it would be Speaker Barlow, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm pleased to present Management Audit Committee. And the Management Audit Committee actually has two functions. One, it has some assigned duties from Management Council, and that's what you'll see below. Is management updates. As you know, in the last couple of years, both ANI, ETS, and the Public Funds Division from Department of Audit have been assigned as management audit as their home committee per se. So we will be doing those. And then the statutory responsibility is kind of that other piece. And that's done in accordance with statute. And so there's a list that the committee comes together, develops, kind of lines them out. Our staff gives us feedback about what kind of look it is, whether it's a full audit, whether it's a white paper, whether it's informational, et cetera. We have some ongoing things that we're going to complete from last year, including some of the audits, special district and municipality type audits that we're still following up on. We did not exercise our subpoena authority in the last interim, but it's on the table, I think, as we're trying to make sure people are complying. So there's, the list of things, ongoing things aren't a part of this because they're actually, and they'll be more developed as the committee comes together, hopefully here in the next month or so. And then the agency updates are just basically taking feedback from committees. That's a relatively new duty that we've had for, like I said, the last year and a half, depending on which one, and we'll go from there. Representative Gray is on the committee as well. He may have something else to add, but that's kind of where we are. There's only about 50% of the committee was on the committee previously, so there's a fair bit of turnover. So we'll be doing a little bit of, just getting our feet on the ground as well. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Gray, any follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really enjoy this committee. It's a great committee. I guess one thing I would add is, and I think it's pretty open-ended here, so I think we're fine on that, is that I think ETS and with consolidating IT positions and then the HR consolidation, which we're a little further on, I think we need to look at how that proceeds, and potentially legislation out of that. And I think that's within what's laid out here. And I guess one question I'd have for the chairman is, what do you see management audit, the direction going in terms of program evaluation? We struggled the last 2 years on where to go with that. We had a couple proposals and then we ended up not approving one. And I know there's been a change in the way LSOC kind of sees that as well, moving to more smaller research projects. But what do you think on resuming that? Or where do you think we should proceed with those discussions?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so I think that Representative Gray brings up a good point. We've had some discussions, and Chairman Perkins has been the chairman for the last 2 years. And so he's not with us, but he could weigh in at some point. But we've had some ongoing discussions about fiscal audits and whether we have the bandwidth for those. And there's some discussion about that. And then programmatic audits. And those are taking a look. What I would say is if there are and I'd say at least right now, and we'll go back and when the committee meets and just see where we are, what we already have our toes dipped into, which we have several things already. What I would say is I think maybe one thing this committee could be is a resource to other committees, other standing committees to say, hey, you've had a program for a while. There's a program out there. You don't have maybe the time or the bandwidth or et cetera. We've got a research staff that's can really dive into this and this committee can take it on. And so find some of those programs. So that would be one thing that I think maybe we could serve the broader legislature in that perspective, and maybe management council directly. If management council says, hey, here's one that we want a harder look at. So that'd just be my thought, and certainly open to more suggestions. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further comments from the committee? Oh, sure.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I don't want to put you on the spot here. What's your view on where we're proceeding on the fiscal audit question? Because I think that it's an interesting one. We've gone back and forth. I'm in favor of us doing them. I know that there are some challenges there. How do we proceed in furthering that conversation?
Just, I'm fine with keeping it as is unless the speaker would like to change something different. We'll move into something more in depth.
Mr. Chairman, so if I could, I think that one, we have to have the resources in place, and we have to have maybe some further guidance from management council or statutory guidance to say, this is a priority for management audit to do this, and where we levy those resources toward, what type of entities are we going to do audits on? As you know, special districts have audit requirements, different levels of districts, different monetary amounts have different levels of requirements, et cetera. So I think it would take personally, I would want broader legislative guidance on that, whether it's management council or legislature in general. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and the legislature in general you could run a bill if you'd like. Okay. All right. Questions from the audience here? Oh, Senator Groove. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the folks on management audit, I spent my time on there and I enjoyed it very much. And if you're looking for suggestions, I do have one. If you so choose to take it up. I've been involved in kind of an ongoing thing with the Wyoming Liquor Division over the past 6 months. With some problems that they had with their warehouse and storage, and I think a lot of us have heard from liquor dealers around the state that are having problems. The problems themselves are getting solved, and things are going a lot better. And the division's really stepped up, and the leadership there they've done a great job. But I think it'd be a terrific exercise for the management audit committee to go through to look at the genesis of how the issues got started and how it proceeded through the process. There are just some issues there, and I'd be more than happy to take that up with the chair and give you more specifics. But if it's something you're looking for to do, it would be a good subject to delve into.
Is this, Senator, is this something you're looking to add into the list now, or?
Well, yes, I would.
You got to warm up my colleague from the House to that.
Okay.
Okay. So is this okay. It's my understanding, Senator, that they have the capacity to do it now. So, okay. Any comments from the floor? Any comments or questions from the internet? Committee, what's your pleasure? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move accepting the management audits list of priority topics for the interim.
Second? Is it second? Who did I miss? Oh, okay. Senator, go ahead. Oh, okay, thank you. Representative Gray was the second. All right, thank you. Senator Greer, did you have one more comment?
Well, did you want a separate motion to ask that to be a comment, or because that just be a request of the chair to take a look if they'd like to take it up? I don't, either way, it's fine.
Senator Greer, it was my understanding that we had the capacity to do it as it stands now.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, nay. It's passed. Interim topics for Management Audit Committee. Let's move on to Joint Ag. We have Senator Boner online. We have Senator Representative Eklund in the room. Gentlemen, take us through it.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. President. I will just kind of swap off topics here. I'll start with this first one with the Ag Authority. Looks like we discussed it a little bit. The Minerals Committee wanting to get some informational, have an informational presentation about what an authority does, what it doesn't do. I think that'd be beneficial, especially since that did come up, especially it seems like in the House, what Mineral or Energy Authority does, and as a result, what the Ag Authority would be based off that, what that would or would not do. So that'd be the first priority, just in general, looking at kind of a continuation of the long-term solution to the problem that we have with large multinational corporations having increasingly large monopoly over the supply chain when it comes to agriculture, how that has changed significantly over the past 10 to 15 years with these monopolies being international in nature, but also over multiple types of protein, and looking at one and all solutions that might be able to help increase the reliability of that supply chain. That's the idea with the Ag Authority. Certainly we're not married to the idea of an Ag Authority, but all the feedback that I've received so far as alternatives just doesn't really have a solid understanding of what it is we're looking for, with the ability to have a revenue bond to increase the capacity for meat packing or any sort of agricultural processing, but also recognizing the value of having an entity that is dedicated to that, as was discussed with the Infrastructure Authority. Sometimes you only have to use it once to demonstrate that capacity, and it's enough to modify the anti-competitive behavior. So having that discussion continue, and also talk about reorganizing the ag-related agencies to support that endeavor. It could be separate topics, but I see them as related at this point. We have lots of a few agencies. Just because they say agriculture or livestock in them doesn't mean that they're supporting agriculture. In fact, they're often regulating agriculture, which is good and necessary, no doubt, but also very not necessarily there to support agriculture. I think there's a lot of value in distinguishing between those functions, and having a clear, concise understanding of who's the regulators and who's going to be supporting agriculture. So that's the first topic. I don't know how you want to handle it, Mr. President, but we can I can hand off to the next topic with my co-chairman, and we can pause for questions.
Co-chair, do you like number 2? Predator management.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's quite an honor to be back on agriculture and in the field that I'm used to. And it's interesting how things don't change much with the times. We're still dealing with the same creatures, it seems like. This has been an issue probably all of our lives and before. Of course, there are the wolves. They've, in the minds of most ag producers, they've fully recovered. Grizzly bears as well. And we'd like to go ahead and review that, see how this works, coordinate with Game and Fish, and hopefully develop a comprehensive predator control program. The other thing to kind of tie into this is the state to the south of us is going to be releasing packs of wolves as well. So maybe the state of Wyoming can coordinate with them, let them know what they're in for, at least try to encourage them to get a reasonable sized wolf rather than one that's twice as big as the state ever saw. But we'd like to have a strong leadership role in predator control, see what we can do for the producers, and especially in the northwest part of the state, but other parts of the state as these packs continue to migrate around.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you going to continue with trespassing or toss it back?
Chairman Boner, I think might take, you want to take trespassing or do you want me to, sir?
I will just keep on switching back and forth. If that's okay,
Okay.
as we discuss. And
To keep the clip moving on, and I am curious about the next one too, so go ahead.
okay. Yes, Mr. Chairman. So what we're looking here, this is another issue that just kind of won't go away. What I'm envisioning here is a relatively simple bill that would, if nothing else, increase the fine for trespassing in accordance with inflation. We're also looking at the possibility of looking at the issues with wild horses, feral horses in the southwest portion of the state as it relates to the private property rights and the state's obligation to protect its property in the checkerboard. And so that would be another issue that would be included in trespass.
Very good. Next one has my curiosity. Chairman, tell me about it.
Okay, continuing, Mr. President. State rights, water rights, and federal lands. The committee would like to study the history of federal lands in Wyoming and consider the state's rights and federal lands with an emphasis on water rights on federal lands. I think the committee would like to review mineral rights as well as surface rights on those as well. And the transfer of federal lands, be able to discuss the process. I think maybe all of us have heard from all of the constitutional experts that we're surrounded by on what we should have done or could do or can't do.
So,
And I guess I'd like clarity on what
So,
we
Mr.
can do and
Chairman,
other
you're-
states have.
you're blending two very challenging topics,
Oh, I
but
know.
nonetheless, you're ready to press forward with that.
We are
Okay.
with the direction of the Management Council.
All right. Ag land valuations, Senator Boner?
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, just before we move off that topic, I just like to emphasize that, we have a very specific objective with a individual bill that didn't quite make it through the process when it comes to water rights. And then we have the more general topic. The priority would be the specific legislation that we can make a meaningful difference on. But I think we need to be cognizant of all the other rhetoric that's out there regarding our relationship with the federal government when they own half the surface and almost 2/3 of the minerals. And I think it'd be prudent to be able to guide that discussion in a productive way as we continue to have challenges with the federal government and have policies that may or may not come to fruition that are going to actively undermine our economic interests in the state. So I think it is important that we bring up the topic in general, but also want to reassure the Management Council that we're going to be focused on bills that are going to, that we're going to be able to make a difference on at the state level. So,
Thank you.
and also, so lag valuation, I know you had this with revenue. So it's up to the Management Council's prerogative. We'd have a very simple bill, I would believe. We could expect something that would change the qualification required to have an ag valuation for your property taxes. But it sounds like the Revenue Committee may have already been assigned that topic. So just like to highlight that possibility.
Thank you. I think number 6 is kind of standard and self-explanatory. So we'll just open it up to the committee. Any questions? Go ahead, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Boner, Chairman Eklund. So a couple questions. One, with the failure of the state lease bill, the veto of that bill, obviously the discussion on this occurred before the veto. Would you be interested in taking that up? Because I do think that's an important issue that I've heard about in Converse County. And then the other one was on food freedom. Just curious whether that came up at all as a potential interim topic, because I always, a lot of opinions on how on the edges we can continue to chip away at food freedom. And you know, it's interesting. It's been mostly individual bills, but I think it would be good to have another interim topic. Maybe at the start of that there was, but before I got here, but there's a lot on food freedom, on dairy issues, and there's a lot of activity at the federal level, or there's a lot of talk about activity on the federal level. So just curious whether food freedom came up. Those are my two questions.
Co-chairs?
Yeah, Mr. President, the food freedom issue did not come up as an interim topic by the committee. There probably wouldn't be any reason why we couldn't do that. It's usually brought up as individual bills. It has been brought up by the Ag
Yeah,
Committee.
I think we're
before.
comfortable with having those continue with individual bills. They always come along. So
Yeah.
what was the other question?
I'm trying to-
Mr. President, regarding the state land leases, yeah, we could take that up as part of the catch-all. You're going to hear updates from Office of State Lands. As soon as we have a little bit more communication from the governor's office, we'll have to debrief that veto letter, see what exactly their expectations are, and continue to work closely as we did with that bill throughout the process, working closely with the governor and his staff, and just make sure that we have clear expectations and consistent expectations when it comes to clarifying the process for leasing vacant lands. But yeah, I mean, the Management Council could put that specifically, or we can cover it under that catch-all topic.
We'll do it initial. Okay, Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And kind of on your number 4 priority. So I really think the water issue is really important. I think the connection, whether it's drilling a well on federal land, then beneficial use is agriculture, and who has the water right, who doesn't, as well as water that comes off forest land and some of the issues that come with head gates on forest land. And so I think that's a really good thing to dive into. My question for you is, and maybe it's as much as well for Senator Hicks, is this the committee, or is it Select Water? Is a combination of you guys really ought to take a look at that? I know there's overlap, but they're not entirely the same committees either. So I'm just curious if that should be a joint effort really, or just your thoughts on that. And then just briefly, the transfer of federal lands, that seems like a dead horse that's not worth beating any longer. And so I'm curious why you want to take that up when I don't see any path forward there.
Yes, Mr. Floor Leader, there is overlap of committee membership. Senator Hicks, you want to address that?
Mr. Chairman, I do think that when it comes to water rights associated with livestock, certainly ought to be in the purview of the Ag Committee. And I think that's, I would concur, we probably need to take a look at that. I don't know that we need to look at the history of federal lands in Wyoming, but I do think it would be beneficial for the committee to probably take a look at states' rights within federal lands, and it'll tie into that topic of water rights in federal lands. I still think that's probably an appropriate venue to have the Ag Committee look at that. I think certainly we could coordinate. We have in the past between Select Water and the Ag Committee and had joint meetings together. And so that's certainly something that the chairman could explore, doing a joint meeting to address that issue if Management Council wanted to go ahead and assign that.
Okay, at this point, we'll just leave it then in there unless there's objection to that.
And Mr. Chairman, I just want to pile on with Representative Summers on the transfer of federal lands as somebody that sat on that committee in the original task force and spent 3 years working on that issue. Right now, I think there's more pressing issues. If we were going to look at something along those lines, we would want to look at how we expedite land exchanges, particularly our school trust lands with the federal government.
Let's think about this, Senator. Maybe you would suggest an amendment, but just hold that thought for right now.
Yep.
Do our co-chairs, our states to the west and southwest, expended a lot of time and legal funds on sorting out that federal lands, management of federal lands? Do either of our chairs remember what happened with those two states?
Mr. President, as far as I know, they haven't moved forward with anything.
Okay.
I guess
Okay.
in my mind, Mr. President, with blessing of the Management Council, I would like to at least explore where they've gone and what deadlocks they've come into. I know that there'd be a huge amount of time spent.
Yeah.
I remember
So,
doing,
so maybe the advice and counsel is just take a look and bring back your information unless the committee would like to do something different. And this suggestion that Senator Hicks has just brought up, do our co-chairs or would they be agreeable to something like that?
I would be
Um,
rather than Mr. President. I think I would. be.
Agreeable? And I think Senator Boner has a second on his, yeah, okay.
Yeah, wait,
right.
he's anxiously waiting a
Yes,
second one too. so.
okay, somebody's very pleased with that proposal. Okay.
And
Anything,
Mr. President, just real quick with the, yeah, we'll take whatever water related issues, especially if they deal specifically with livestock. And I think there's some discussion even of produced water. And just looking at membership of the Ag Committee versus Select Water, I think there's a little bit more oil and gas related experience on the Ag Committee. That would be relevant to that discussion with the produced water, if that is still an outstanding item from the minerals presentation. But also just touching briefly on the discussion regarding federal lands, I can tell you, I fully recognize it's not as if we can unilaterally just transfer the lands to the state of Wyoming, but if that is a topic you want us to bring up, we could try to focus in a more productive, I guess, avenue, is maybe focusing only on transferring minerals that are underneath non-federal surface instead of the land itself. And so,
Senator Hicks may have hit something. So hold these thoughts, gentlemen, process your thoughts. We want to amend this a little bit. Let's do this. If there's any other comments from here, we'll go out to the floor. Go to the internet with any other comments. Oh, what did I miss? Yeah, we did them all. And then we kind of went straight through number 6, knowing that it's kind of standard. Okay, they're all there. Committee, what would you like to do there? You brought up something intriguing, Senator Hicks. That number 4 they'd probably have to put some extra chairs in the room when they have their meetings, but nonetheless, you may have something there, Senator. Do you want to? Should we call for a motion on these proposed topics first, and then if you want to amend? Okay, let's do this then. Let's see if there's a moving the entire list of topics. Is there a motion for that? Okay, it's moved, seconded? Second, okay. All those in favor of the entire list of topics, say aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, let's take the amendments now. Sorry about that. I was reading ahead. Go ahead, Senator Hicks.
I really do appreciate the enthusiasm.
Mike,
And to Mike.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the enthusiasm of our joint agriculture, but this is a very aggressive agenda. So if we go to number 3, there's really 2 issues in there. One's dealing with wild horses and trespass, and then the other one's hunting and recreational. Those are 2 separate issues, completely different. And then we get into priority number 4. There's really potentially 3 different issues in there. History of the federal lands in Wyoming and state rights on federal lands, even if we put an emphasis on water rights, and then consider stock water on federal land, and then the whole land exchange. There's really 3 topics in there. I do think that priority 5, this committee's already assigned that to Revenue Committee, so we could strike that. But this is a very aggressive agenda. I don't know that there's enough time to do several of these topics justice. And I certainly want to make sure that the Ag Committee has an opportunity to do a good job on these. So, Mr. Chairman, what I'd like to do is try to narrow down some of the focus on this. So with regards to trespassing, I suggest that we would break that in. My suggestion would be to focus on particularly the wild horse issue, and call that priority number 3. I'm a little concerned about diving into a budget session on a series of trespass bills of somebody that has a long history in that arena.
Oh, yes. Now I remember.
Yeah, all the way to the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. So,
Okay, it's coming back. All right, so that one's That one's edited down to just the wild, feral and stray
So, Mr.
horses.
Chairman, my recommendation would be to eliminate the trespass issue
Okay,
and then go ahead and adopt as the priority number 3 is the trespass to wild horses on state and
Okay,
private
that's-
lands.
making that a motion, you're amending it and now.
I'll
is it-
second.
That's seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, nay. Okay, that's been amended. Staff has that. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so on priority 4, I'd like to strike the first sentence on there where it says committee would study the history of federal lands in Wyoming and consider state rights and federal lands with an emphasis on water rights. Would strike that, would adopt as priority number 5, the committee will consider livestock water rights on federal lands. And then also strike the next sentence. The committee would review 209 transfer of federal lands. That would be my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we got a second as well. Any discussion on it? Any discussion? Did you have something?
Yeah, thank you,
Was
Mr.
that
Chairman.
Representative Gray?
I'm going to oppose this. I think the current wording's fine. Have the committee look at it and, but I'm going to be opposing it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. Do you want to recap what we just did or does staff got that? We good?
I was able to track it.
Okay, we're good
Mr.
then.
Chairman.
All right, motion on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, nay. Okay, well, the amendment has passed.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
would go ahead and further amend and bring in, which would be, I believe, a new number 6, would be that the committee look at land, how to perfect land exchanges between the state and federal government, because there's several different processes to do that, and particularly with an emphasis on our school trust lands.
So a new number 6, so just clarifying,
Correct.
Senator,
So
you're just
rather than looking at
eliminating.
Transfer, we're looking at land exchanges specifically with federal lands, with our state school trust lands.
Then we would move the priority 6. We would change that or just eliminate the existing priority 6.
I believe that now becomes,
Moves it down. Okay, so that becomes number 7 now for the record. And the new number 6 has been moved or amended, and we got a second, I believe. Someone second for the record. There is no second for the record.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second, but I want to discuss.
Okay. Oh, okay. Senate, we got all sorts of hands up there. I forget about you folks. All right. Representative Summers, you got a second and now discuss.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't mind going down this path, but I think if we bring in state lands, then the bill that failed that was vetoed, I think there are issues that do need to be resolved there. And I would hope that this committee would, if we're going to touch back onto state lands, that it would take up that issue as well as those vacant state lands and how we should proceed on that. And you know, I know that bill got refined as it went along, and perhaps there's some concerns, you know, obviously from the chief executive. So, you know, perhaps that committee can work on that to find a better resolution. But I do think that ought to be part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Gruen, Senator Boner, you both had hands up. Do you want to follow up?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just like as I previously stated, we'll have that catch-all for OSLI. We can, have any updates that they would have. That certainly be one. There's also 2 bills from, I believe, 2 years ago that they said they'd address the concerns in rulemaking. We want to update on that as well. So just a little bit more fleshing out of what we expect from the update from state lands. And like I said, it's kind of 6 one way, half a dozen the other. Also point out that if you want to eliminate priority 5, since I already gave that to Revenue Committee, that we could have a new priority 5 with the state land exchanges.
Okay, let's come back to that. Priority 5, we do actually have this amendment and it's been seconded. And
Mr. President, just a little explanation on the land exchanges. And so it's been a few years, but Joint Ag looked at this. We have 106,000 acres of school trust lands that are landlocked in federal lands with some designation that restricts the state's ability to get in there and derive a maximum amount of revenue off of those. So I'll give you several examples. We've got a state parcel that's within the Grovont Wilderness area that we derive 0 revenue off of. We've got another parcel up in Campbell County that's stranded in a BLM wilderness study area that has significant oil and gas reserves that we can't get to. So the impetus of this is to look at how we perfect land exchanges with the federal government so we can maximize those revenues off those school trust lands. And so there's 106,000 acres out there that we're not deriving the maximum amount of revenue off of. And I think that we ought to look at this. There's several different ways to do exchanges. When I was chairman of Ag Committee, we did not look at all the alternatives. And I think given where we are fiscally with our K through 12 funding, I think this would be a good chance to look at how we would go about and where we would go about doing those land exchanges. And Mr. Chairman, just for a little further explanation, I'm aware of the fact that the state of Utah was able to get 2 different congressional designations where they exchanged school trust lands for the very purpose that we're talking about. Outside, that were landlocked in federal lands to be able to fund their public school system. And so that would be the explanation as to.
It's important
why-
information.
Yeah. look at that.
Anyone would want to add to that? All right,
Mr. Chairman,
let's go Representative Connolly and then whoever was on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And actually, I have a question for Senator Hicks as well as the chairman of the committee. And it's about honestly the placement of this issue in what committee. That I'm not 100% sure that the Ag Committee is the right committee to take up this issue. It seems to me it's been taken up both in appropriations and then a little bit in revenue over the years. And just trying to think about what's the right home for the issue as we go down the road.
Further discussion to that, and we can come back to this. Oh, let's take Senator Boner first. Oh, and then Representative Summers.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, just to piggyback off what Senator Hicks said, we did follow up on this issue leading up to the 2020 general session. Of course, we kind of got off the rails with the talk of the Occidental purchase that took priority. And then, of course, the coronavirus also kind of hijacked that discussion. But we did make a significant amount of headway just in having meetings between our state lands office and the state office of BLM. And that's something that we can certainly continue if the Management Council would like us to do that. And frankly, it's one of those things that, there is a current process that we just haven't been taking advantage of. And it just takes a little bit of elbow grease, maybe outside even the standard committee meetings to just get the right people together and move forward with the existing process, which includes congressional approval, but that's a fairly standard thing. They have these land use bills that go through every couple of years. We missed the window a year or two ago, but there have been another one coming up here in another couple of years. So we can always set our sights on that.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't, so I'll just do it. I'll just make a motion to amend the amendment and add in the issue of vacant state lands, basically call it the reauthorization or however you want to use the right word. But I do think because it passed both bodies and it ought to be at least examined and see if there's any issues we can come to fruition on that. So I would like, that would be my motion to add in vacant state lands, reauthorization of vacant state land.
Friendly amendment, Senator Hicks. So be it.
I'll second.
And it's seconded.
Mr.
And Chairman.
President, so to address Representative Connolly, I think that the Ag Committee, it's not just the Ag Committee, it's the Ag Committee, State Lands and Water Committee. And I think we are the appropriate committee to work on the state lands issue and
Okay.
even though there's.
Let's do this. Staff has that amendment. We good? Any clarification needed? Apparently not. We're good with the amendment. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. All right, let's come back to number 5. Somebody want to eliminate that? Back on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Now, do we want to take care of number 5? Anybody want to move that out?
So, Mr. Chairman, on 5, I believe we've already assigned that to the Revenue Committee.
Okay, so, but do we have to officially pull it out of this?
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to strike number 5 from the Ag Committee's.
That's it. Second? All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. It's out. All right, we're back on the original list of topics, folks. You ready for the
Mr.
vote?
Chairman,
Go ahead.
one last question, and when we go to priority number 6, if we could get a little explanation, because it'll show up again, I believe, in the select federal natural resource, is the congressional multiple use tours. So if we could get some explanation on that.
Yeah, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
So that was a mistake that got by me. That should be in the Select Federal Natural Resource Management Committee. The only reason it went to the Ag Committee is that there wasn't a separate option for the Select Committee on the website. So they just sent it to since I chair both committees, they sent it to the Ag Committee.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
What? Go ahead.
I move to strike congressional multiple use tours from priority number 6 for the Ag Committee.
Second. There's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. It's passed. Okay, that's it. Unless there's anything else, we are back on the original list of interim topics. As amended. Oh, well, the governor's office would like to speak. Could you do a mic for the record? We got a couple of people out there listening.
Turn it on too.
Yeah, all those technical things.
Pardon me, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Randall Luthi, Energy Advisor for the Governor. I just didn't want to lose where produced water went, and I'm not sure it went anywhere. So.
Okay, let's make a clarification on that.
So, Mr. Chairman, it was my intent to bring that back. In fact, this was a interim topic that the Select Water Committee looked at last year. There's with some of the issues associated with it. If we're going to do that, I think it would be appropriate for the Select Water Committee to continue that look at co-produced water. One of the big issues out there is because it is co-produced and it's coming out of the ground as a determination of whether it is hydrologically connected to the surface. And that is one of the big issues right now as far as doing something with that. But again, that was a Select Water Committee, so I'll bring that back as a suggestion to continue that produced water discussion.
As a suggestion. Okay. Okay, then. Let's vote on the joint ag interim topics. As amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Passed. Select water. Senator Hicks, are you going to handle that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was hoping that the new chairman, Representative Simpson, was going to handle that. but
Representative Simpson, are
if
you
he's
in
not
the,
available, I can certainly do that.
Representative Simpson, you in the far west listening? Apparently not. It's all yours. All yours, Senator.
It's all mine. Primary role is number one is to oversee the statutory responsibilities associated with the SRF funding and the omnibus water bills that come out of the commission, both the construction and the planning study. Priority number 2 is look at the requirement for a party split on the Wyoming Water Development Commission itself. We've had issues in the last where it's difficult to find it. It doesn't seem to be a partisan issue. Number 3 was a topic that we were assigned last year, but due to COVID and the inability to get stakeholders together, never got done. And we'd like to extend that again this year just because of the logistics of trying to bring in all the stakeholders through a series of meetings. So that would be to look at orphan water rights. Those are the 3, Mr. Chairman. I've got a number 4 on here. And I believe number 4 that I'd like for the committee to consider is potential codification of a series of court cases requiring ditch owners' legal rights of implied easements for conveyance of water delivery systems. And so what we have is we have a series of court decisions saying that if you have a water right in a ditch that conveys water across somebody's private property, that you have an implied easement. It's never been codified in statutes. But we have at least 3 and maybe 4 Supreme Court cases on that issue. So when this issue comes up, there's no clear statutory guidelines, as you always have to refer back to what the courts had ruled on previously. There's a Board of Control memo out there done in 2009 that references the cases, but it's not clear So if you really wanted to go find out, you're gonna have to go back to court. So what we'd like to do is just look at codification of all of those Supreme Court decisions associated. So, Mr. Chairman, that would be priority number 4. Priority number 5 would be to include the issues of co-produced water and those utilizations of that water.
All right, thank you. Mr. It should be the vice chair. Is that the correct title? Okay, vice chairman. Anybody have any questions for the stated printed priority 1, 2, 3, and then there were two suggestions from there. So I have Representative Summers, please proceed.
So, Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, on the issue of codifying those court decisions, that's treacherous water or land, however you want to look at it. So I want a little more detail on that because I worry about where this might head.
All right, Vice Chairman Hicks, if you'd
So,
like.
so Mr. Chairman, and Representative and Majority Floor Leader Summers, I'm not so sure this would actually result in legislation. We would like to see if we can codify that through legislation to provide clarity, because what we continually end up in is protracted discussions that end up costing water rights holders a lot of money, because they typically have to hire legal counsel to go back and review the court cases to make a determination whether they can maintain their ditch or not. So the issue really comes down to is you as a water right holder and you have a ditch or a conveyance system across somebody else's property, whether you have a legal access right to operate and maintain that facility. And right now, there's nothing in statutes that provides that legal easement to do that. So you have to refer back to a series of Supreme Court rulings on that issue. And so what the committee would do is look at to see if there is a way to simplify the codification of those court rulings to provide clarity to those water right holders and then those landowners that have those ditches that cross them. So that would be the intent. I hope that answers your question.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions on any of the?
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so Senator Hicks, I don't question the validity in the issue because I've got 2 ditches that do just that, right? But my question to you is, how is your committee really going to delve into the legal side of the issue? Are you going to bring in the courts to tell you kind of what it all means? Kind of elaborate how you envision the process of examining those court decisions to determine what they say and how you should move forward with any codification.
So I'd just say, to be clear, we're not asking the courts to come in and probably testify, but
No,
go
so
ahead,
Mr. Chairman,
Vice
so what
Chairman.
we would do is we would have our staff attorneys review it. And we would have the executive branches attorneys that we have specialized water attorneys through the exec branch come in and work and provide us an update and a background, the history, and then look if there is a way to simplify this through codification of a current memo that the Board of Control has out there on this issue. And so we would use our legal staff and request the assistance of the executive branch's staff to come in and provide us for a legal interpretation as to see if we can codify those court decisions. Does that clarify that?
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on any of the topics for select water? Further discussion, Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to have a little further discussion on number 2 on this party split water commission appointment. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the discussion from the vice chair.
Vice President Hicks, if you want to flesh that out.
So Mr. Chairman, we've had a history of finding difficulties because that rotates, those commissioners rotate amongst water divisions 1, 2, 3, and 4. In some areas of the state, we've had difficulty finding party splits to be able to appoint commissioners. And part of the rationale is to look at it is I just don't know why water is a partisan issue at all. And it's just trying to make sure that we have the opportunity to get the people on the commission that we've had difficulties filling in the past because of that provision in statutes. Quite frankly, I'd like to get rid of any party affiliation on this because I don't see it's a partisan issue. We may have in some areas, could be end up with actually more Democrats than you have Republicans, because I don't think it's partisan. What we need is people that are good background in water issues. So it's just to look at it, to see if there's if that would simplify the process of appointing commissioners.
All right, thank you. Further, I see a follow-up from
Yeah.
Senator Guru, and then we'll go to Senator Rothfuss.
Yeah, it's a funny thing about this. It never seems to be one when you're on when you're in the party that's probably on the short end of this. But I guess my question is specific problems of finding people are we having? Are you saying that there's, we're having trouble finding a member of one party or another in specific districts? If so, which ones? When have they been a problem? Yeah, I'm at a loss for this with all the important things we have to do. I just don't see this as an issue for the same reason, actually, that you don't. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but so why bring it up?
All right, further discussion? Senator Rothfuss? Okay, any further follow-up? Senator Hicks, further?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just real quick, again, it's really not a partisan issue, so we're trying to take partisanship out of it. We have had issues where, particularly when you move into the Water District 2, which is Northeast Wyoming, it's not that there's a lack of to be able to find somebody with an R or D. It's a lack of being able to find somebody that has broad experience in water and understands what we're trying to do. So that's the only reason that's on there. Again, trying to get rid of partisanship.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on any of the topics for Select Water Committee? Further discussion? All right, the president's back. Do you want to take over now, Mr. President? Do you want me to finish this?
Call for the vote.
I need a motion. On the interim topics, and then I think there's a couple of amendments that were suggested. So motion on the suggested topics,
Mr. Chairman,
please.
I would move the interim topics for the Select Water Committee.
All right, there's a motion
Here.
and two proposed amendments. And number 4 is implied easements with regard to court cases. And number 5 is the continuation of the produced water topic from the previous interim. Is that accurate? All right. Just a moment, please. So I need a second on the motion, please. Second on the motion? Second on the motion. All right. Discussion on the motion. I'll go with Chairman Burkhart real quick on the produced water. He had something to bring forth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to address a couple issues, as Chairman Greer said, that was originally part of minerals, and then they asked to transfer it to Select Federal Natural Resources and now to Select Water. Produced water is junk, really. Currently, you can re-inject it as long as you don't do anything with it. That's it. The idea being some sort of beneficial use. And I think part of the reason it went to Federal and Natural Resources was the fact that there are some groups who want to use it for agricultural use. And actually it's come up that it could be used to produce hydrogen. Then there wouldn't be any use of our surface water or subsurface water for that use. So whatever the committee or council decides to do is up to you. I just wanted to provide that little bit of background. That's why it came originally to Select Federal Natural Resources, although it's produced on private land, state land, federal land. It was kind of a, hate to use the term orphan, but kind of an orphan topic that people felt needed to be addressed and was looking for a home.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any other discussion on the topics in the room as amended on the video, Senator Guru?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First, I couldn't hear the motion, and I don't know if the vice chair's mic was on or not. So I don't know if he made a motion without number 2 on there, but if he didn't, I'd like to amend the motion to take number 2 off.
Okay, so I'll first restate the motion and then ask for a second for yours. So the motion was to approve priorities 1, 2, 3, and add number 4, which is the implied easements that's been dealt with through court cases, and number 5, which is the continuation of the produced water topic from the previous interim. I think that characterizes it correctly. So now there's a motion to strike priority number 2 from the motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator Rothfuss.
I interpreted the addition of priorities 4 and 5 as an amendment. Is that not accurate? Was that all one motion? It seems what we've done so far, move the entirety.
Okay.
That's the motion on the table. From there, amendments.
And that's fair. I
I
took
had
it as
thought-
one, I took it as one motion that he added to, but we can take it as 1 through 3, and then there's an amendment, and then there's a motion to amend, adding 4 and 5.
Yeah.
So we can vote
I
on
think that's
4
a
and
clean
5.
way, and then
All
we
right.
can go back to another
So we'll
motion.
vote, before it says 4 and 5, we've taken some discussion on number 5. Any further discussion on the amendment to add number 4 and number 5 to the interim topics? Further discussion on the screen, in the room? All right, so we're voting on adding interim topics number 4 and 5. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Okay, the topics have been added. So now to get to Senator Garu's, I'll bring that back out. So we have a motion to strike number 2 from the now amended interim topic list. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Discussion on this? Discussion on striking number
Mr. Chairman?
2? Please, Senator.
Yeah, and I understand that this is a battle that's broader that we've been having for quite a while. Everything's nonpartisan. If we want to get rid of minority presence, it's partisan if we want it to be. And again, this vote may well come down on party lines, which kind of indicates that maybe it actually is partisan. We just had legislation passed to reduce the membership of this committee, which the argument that I typically tried to make against that legislation over the years was this shouldn't be partisan. And I don't think this committee should be partisan, but we nonetheless, finally, in the words of some, passed legislation to get rid of these troublesome Democrats and reduce the number of Ds by 2. There'll be some carnage over on good other members that went along with it. But the reality was that that was an attempt to reduce the minority membership. There was an opportunity to make it representative in terms of a proper apportionment on that, where that amendment was offered but rejected, because again, it really wasn't about apportionment. It wasn't about being nonpartisan. It was very much about just trying to be more partisan. So with regard to priority number 2, I see it effectively as the same thing. When you hand the question to a group that is heavily biased one party over the other, they will all say it's not about party. And then they'll eliminate one of their members. We've seen it year after year. So this is another instance of it, and perhaps will be outvoted once again. It's a trend that I find disturbing because by and large, having a diversity of views is a good thing. Given this speech about 1,000 times, it's never worked. We'll see if it's any different this time. A one-party system isn't really something we should be aspiring towards. And I understand the point, well, water's not partisan. If it's not, this isn't a problem. We're not having a problem here because I assure you, if you need somebody with a D after their name that knows something about water in any one of these 4 districts, just ask one of us with a D after our name. We'll get it for you. We'll get that person for you. Get a few. In fact, we just had a circumstance where apparently there were 2 highly qualified candidates, so much so that we had to take one of them out, move them somewhere else, and get the other one. When the Senate considered the last candidate that was nominated with a D after their name. So I would encourage the body to adopt this proposed amendment to strike priority number 2. And let's try and slow down this attempt to apparently just evacuate any further presence of a minority voice, whether that be on committees, commissions, or in the legislature. I don't think it's helping. So on and for this proposed amendment.
All right, thank you very much. Further discussion on amendments to strike priority number 2 from the interim topics of Select Water Committee. Further discussion on the screen for the committee, further discussion in the room. Seeing none, all those in favor of the adoption of striking priority number 2, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Yeah, so I'm actually, I'm going to ask for hands. I'm going to ask for hands on this. So all those in favor of the motion that would strike priority number 2, please raise your hand. One, two, three, four, five. Those opposed? Those opposed? 5-5 fails for back. Please.
I just want it noted in the minutes that it was a perfect party split. Thank you.
How many people are on the screen? All right, back on the motion. Main motion. Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'd like to make an amendment to priority number 2 to add an additional sentence that says the committee will also review any statutory party split in similar commissions in neighboring Mountain West states and consider the implications of party splits in those states as well.
Okay, so there's a motion by Representative Yin to add a sentence that asks the committee to review what other states have done in similar type commissions. There's a second on the motion. There's a second. Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. So just for those that may not have heard the amendment, there's an amendment to add to priority number 2, a second sentence that would say that the committee shall review the what other states have done with similar type of party splits or similar type of commissions. So it's basically a research type thing. So that was Representative Yin. It was seconded by Representative Conley. Further discussion on the amendment. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
All right, I'm going to need hands because the screen is not going to. So all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Right, fails. Further back on the bill or back on the interim topic list. Nothing further? Nothing further on the screen? Nothing further? Senator Grew.
Just a comment. I guess, like I say, we got the answer to our question, and I appreciate everybody's vote. It was a good non-discussion discussion, and like I say, it's just a very troubling thing, and I appreciate the opportunity, though. Thank you very much.
All right, further discussion. So on the amendment, we're voting on the interim topics for Select Water. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
All right, I'm going to have a hand vote on this too. I think I know what the vote is, but what's the vote on all those in favor of the interim topic list for the Select Water? Raise your hands. All those opposed? Actually, that carries 6 and 5. Right on the screen. So all those in favor, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I see your hand on the screen too. I'm sorry. 5. Okay. And all those opposed? 5. So it's 5-5. So we don't have an interim topic list. Unless the chairman, so the chairman's going to vote to have an interim topic list for this committee.
Break the time.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Next up, let's go straight into Select Federal Natural Resource Management Committee. We got Senator Boner on the screen. We got Representative Burkhart right here in the room. Representative Burkhart, you kick it off. You're in the room.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So kind of the usual for the committee to review the federal policies, actions which may impact management of the natural resources in Wyoming. Couple topics. Now I don't know what to do with the produced water issue. Whether it's back in here or it stays with select water. Your answer would be great with me. If that bill-
Repeat for the body, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Repeat your question.
We did have, co-chairman and I had beneficial use of oil field produced water in here, but it was amended into the last interim topics. And I believe that failed on a tie vote. Am I correct? No, it passed.
No, we got that.
Okay, I misunderstood. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman.
You're there.
So one of the issues, it would be the severance tax rates in light of potential increases in the federal energy royalty rates, and also to facilitate the annual tour of congressional staffers to see what we do here in Wyoming. And I think in light of a number of the executive orders that have come out on use of federal lands, federal natural resources, while we may not be able to directly affect those, I think the knowledge of looking at them and seeing the effects in that are important to the state and will be in the future. So with that, I'll let the
Let's see if your co-chair needs to
Co-chairman.
add anything. Senator Boner?
Not much, Mr. Chairman. That pretty much covers it. Just point out, we'll also be looking to continue discussing forest management issues. We had some good discussions in the last interims. We look forward to continuing those discussions. And I think that's a pretty good example of this committee highlighting an issue that where our congressional delegation then kind of picks up the ball and runs with it. And we kind of work together on those types of issues, making sure that we, in that case, have a competent forest management policy that produces healthy forests and healthy economies. So that's all I have to add. I think the co-chairman Burkhart covered it.
Thank you. Question from the committee? Go ahead, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So could I just get a little more, and I probably missed it somewhere somewhere along the line in this multiple use tour for congressional staffers, how that's funded, organizations involved, et cetera, just so I understand a little more. As Senator Boner knows, in Northeast Wyoming, we do a multi-day one in our communities. And so I just want to know what this one looks like. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any more? We'll gather a couple more questions. Was there one on the screen? Oh, go ahead, Senator Hicks. Then we're going to take it back to the chairs.
Microphone.
This committee was enacted, I believe, in about 2012 or 13. It's made up of one member from the minerals, one member from the ag, and one member appointed at large by each house. So it's a 6-member committee. And initially, I pulled up the statutes of what it was assigned to do. And having served on this committee and as past chairman of the committee, I think in the past it's done some really good work. But sometimes we've had some discussions as recent as 2 years ago, whether there was still a need for this committee. And so when I look at the agenda here, I clearly see a minerals agenda and I see an ag agenda, but I'm trying to find out what that overlap is. And I think there's some overlap out there that this committee really needs to dive into. But I'm just wondering on these specific issues, whether we wouldn't be better served to give the minerals committee an extra day or the ag committee an extra day. And instead of a committee of 6, you have a committee of 13 with a broader expertise on dealing with those issues. But that's my concern with this is what I would really like, Mr. Chairman, this committee to look up is the latest one of the executive orders come out called 3030, which I think has broad implications. Some may positive, some may be negative to the state of Wyoming, coming out of Washington, D.C. And I think it fits exactly what the original charter of the select committee was, which was to meet as necessary to review existing or proposed federal policies or actions which may impact the management, development, and use of the state's natural resource and consider issues related to public lands. And so why some of these issues on here as far as I think, directly affect federal lands, I would certainly, whether we move forward with the committee going ahead and authorizing these, I think that's fine, but I really think what I'd like to do is provide an amendment to include the 3030 executive order as part of their study topics. I think that's well suited to what this committee was established for. I know the executive branch, I talked to one of the agency directors, had a discussion with the Director of Interior yesterday specifically on this issue. And it translates across the board to recreation, minerals development, agriculture, pretty much everything here in the state of Wyoming, the 3030 executive order. So Mr. Chairman, whether we adopt this or not, I think that committee is certainly suited to look at this. I just question whether we shouldn't just assign these other topics to those committees, and if they need to, give them an extra day.
Yeah, Senator, are you actually talking about combining this with ag, this committee with ag for one day? Is that the way I understand it? What are you saying?
Give them.
Well, either we, if we're going to adopt the agenda as it is, I think we need to add on to that we look at the 3030 executive order that come out of the Biden administration to look at that. And I really think that's what the focus of this committee should be doing. Whether we assign these to other committees or leave them, I don't have a preference.
Okay,
I'm just worried
let's-
about this committee continuing to have what I would say creep
right.
beyond what they're statutory.
Let's do this. The co-chairs, Chairman Burkhart, Chairman Boner, where would you like to take this request?
Well, Mr. Chairman, you mean the request to look at EO 3030?
Right, correct.
I think that's well within the purview of the committee. That just, I've looked at 3030 a little bit.
Any
not
combined
in
work
Depth, but I think it's well within the oversight of the committee.
and any combined committee work, Senator Boner?
Mr. President, I think that all the topics are clearly within the purview of the Select Federal Natural Resource Management Committee, especially the one that got removed, dealing with produced water. That would have been probably one of the most obvious areas that we could have had for the Select Committee. So yeah, the 30 by 30 topic is something that we have received an update on in the Joint Agriculture Committee a few months ago. It never hurts to throw it to this committee since it does affect both energy and agriculture. But I could tell you the updates on the federal oil and gas policy on federal land that affects agriculture. I can guarantee you that. I think that all these are good topics for the Select Committee. That's why they're in the proposal.
Senator Hicks, do you want to make a motion as such? Where do you want to go with this, sir? Senator Hicks? Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, I would move that the Select Federal Natural Resource Committee that we include for their agenda to review and make recommendations associated with the actions or the policies under the executive order known as 3030.
Is there a second? There's a second. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? As amended then, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Any further amendments? Back on the request for interim topics. Priority 1, statutory responsibilities. Ready to move it forward? It's a motion. Motion on the proposal.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I'll move that we adopt the interim topics for the Select Federal Natural Resource Management Committee.
As amended. Okay.
As amended.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
No.
Passes. Next up, Select Natural Resource Funding Committee.
Committee?
These, next two, you'll just try to decide who we have that takes this one.
Representative Paxton's been doing a great job as chairman of this committee, Mr. Chairman.
Where is he? I don't see his name here. And he's on the screen. There he is, Senator or Representative Paxton. Very good.
I just joined you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to present our priority one is, as it's been in the past, large projects funding, which is what we always do, is to review the recommendations by the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resources Trust Account Board and make recommendations to fund those. Priority number two is a review of ongoing projects, and this involves a tour that we take in different places around the state to look at projects that are ongoing and to visit with people that are on the ground that are responsible for doing those. Very useful for us, I think. And the third priority is the study of conservation programs, including programs by the folks that we traditionally partner with on leveraging the state's money. And we're proposing two meetings, one a 2-day meeting, which would be the tour probably in August, and then a 1-day meeting to review and approve the large projects.
Representative, who's on there with you? I don't see a list. Just a couple of names. Who's working with you on this? Go ahead, Senator Bonner, and who else?
We have Senator.
Go ahead.
What, Senator Bonner?
Oh, Senator Cooper and Senator French, I believe, are on the Senate side.
Okay, thank you. Well, any discussion?
And we have Representative Roscoe is also on there as an independent.
Okay. And who?
Representative Roscoe.
Okay. All right. Hadn't been tracking this one as close. Any discussion on these priorities 1, 2, and 3? Any amendments? Ready for a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the Select Natural Resource Funding Committee's proposed interim topics.
Second? Moved and seconded. All those in favor of the proposed Select Natural Resource Funding Committee topics priority 1, 2, and 3, say aye. Those opposed, nay. Next up for our consideration, joint travel and rec. Senator Ellis, you've been diligently waiting. And we got Representative Flitner on the line. Senator Ellis, it's all yours. Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Mr. Chairman. I know Representative Flitner had some other commitments today, so she said she would be available if her schedule changed, but otherwise you have me. Before you, you'll see a number of topics that we'd like to consider during the 2021 interim. The first one on your list is the Wyoming Gaming Commission. As you know, we did a lot of work in this area this last session with the approval of the skill-based amusement games, as well as the passage of the online sports wagering bill. And so I think that some of these more intensive legislative efforts have kind of prompted a need to look at the entire structure of what was formerly the Parimutuel Commission. And so, that would be first on our list, is to review the state regulation of these historic horse racing machines, for example, to ensure that they have the appropriate regulatory framework and safeguards in place, and just look at any kind of ancillary related issues to the Gaming Commission. Any questions on that topic?
Right through, and then we'll
Okay.
collect the questions.
The next priority that we'd like to look at is Wyoming State Parks and Cultural Resources. And we have a few things on our agenda that we'd like to dive into. First would be looking at what would be required if we were to provide a preference in booking state park campsites. This is something I hear often from my constituents, and I do think there are some federal barriers, but we want to just make sure we understand what those barriers are and maybe identify opportunities to work with our federal counterparts to maybe make some of those campsites more accessible to Wyoming residents on a first come basis. We also heard a concern about the fact that there are some cities and towns that have parks, small parks located in these cities and towns that are actually run by the state. And so just examining where those are and whether or not it makes sense to transfer those back to the cities and towns. So that's another item. We received some correspondence about some citizens who are working to establish the Bozeman Trail as a national historic trail. And so we want to hear an update on what that would entail. And then, sorry, this list is kind of long. property ownership and management changes relevant to federal lands currently managed by the state. I can't quite recall why we put that on there, but I'm sure it'll come back to me. The committee will also explore expanding outdoor recreation opportunities in the state in the form of state parks, including Gray Rocks Reservoir Recreation Site. This came about, Gray Rocks, if you're not familiar with it, is a smaller reservoir located near Glendo and Guernsey. And there's a unique kind of situation where a private entity owns the land around the reservoir, and it's kind of become a de facto camping site. Captures a lot of the overflow from Glendo and Guernsey. And so it's a bit of a party site, so it's unregulated. So we just want to get our arms around, some options to make sure that we're treating those places like we should, making sure that people aren't being unruly. We'd also like to receive an update on the potential purchase of the motorized trails building in Lander and possible expansion of the Wyoming State Museum, and the benefits for authorizing something called cultural special districts. We received this request and recognize that it's a little outside of our area of expertise, though we'd certainly reach out to other committees that have more expertise with special districts, but we thought it'd be a good opportunity to learn more. And then obviously explore agency funding options and more stable sources of revenue. Moving on to our third priority, seeing no questions unless you want me to keep going, would be looking at the game and fish and looking at possible statutory changes to address aquatic invasive species. We had a lot of discussion this last year about zebra mussels, and I think we learned that it's not just a boating or recreation issue, that they can come into our state through pet shops and have serious consequences if they invade our local and municipal water systems. So we want to look at possible ways of providing for a pot of money that kind of includes these various stakeholders to get after those invasive species before they spread. But back to reservoirs, maybe looking at things like strict liability for persons who put in their watercraft without first being inspected. We also want to receive an update from state fisheries and hatcheries, look at game carcass disposal efforts, trophy animal predation reimbursement, and elk feed ground management. Kind of in response to the conversation we had this year about feed grounds in general. We'd also like to receive updates from the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force and work with them to make sure that we're understanding their efforts to enhance and support hunting and sportsman access, particularly for resident hunters, and any other opportunities that are identified through that task force. Our fourth priority would be inviting the Wyoming Office of Tourism to provide us an update on both their in-state and out-of-state marketing efforts, and getting a better understanding so new committee members in particular can understand how their expenditures support the goal of promoting Wyoming as a preeminent tourist destination. And then finally, an issue that Representatives Flitner and I have been long discussing, and now we feel like it's a good opportunity to look into it, is Wyoming Search and Rescue. We want to make sure we understand just how often this is happening, where people are out and about recreating, the costs that counties have to absorb in providing search and rescue for some of those individuals, and just having a better understanding and seeing if there are any opportunities to offset some of those costs with our outdoor visitors. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions about these proposed topics.
Thank you, Senator. 5 topics, committee questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
are you opposed to looking at a rate study in the parks?
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
A rate study in the parks potentially when you're going through your state parks. They're increasingly starting to generate enough revenue to support themselves. And I think it might be appropriate to look at, and I know they've done it internally, but to take a second look at what they're charging for their facilities and try to continue them on a path to get where they're off the general fund and self-funded, which might include either some privatization or leasing of some of their concessions.
Mr. Chairman, I think that is within something I would like to look at. I've spent about 3 or 4 years living in Colorado when I was in law school, and I am familiar with some of the leaders in Colorado who have shifted their agencies pretty much off their general fund entirely. And obviously Colorado is much more aggressive, fiscal policies than Wyoming that prevent them from, expending. So they rely a lot on stand-up agencies that stand alone and operate a little bit more of an enterprise. So certainly that's something I was hoping to work on a little bit more, is understanding their models and other state models to see how we can maybe provide some more independence for state parks.
Mr. Chairman, I'll probably make that some type of motion because South Dakota is the same. Their parks are a revenue generator for the state. They're not a
So they,
general fund item.
so Madam Chair, they just contract out the services, what you're saying in Colorado.
Mr. Chairman, kind of like Game and Fish, how we've gotten the Game and Fish off the general fund, other states like Colorado have gotten their state parks and those kind of entities off their general fund. You'd notice on priority number 2, the last line of the sentence, and we'll continue to explore agency funding options. We tried to keep that broad as a catch-all. And obviously with the passage of the Senate File 50, or excuse me, House Bill 55 or 56, that gave state parks a little bit more flexibility in how they use their fees and revenue. I think it would be a continuation of those kind of conversations and ideas.
Thank you.
I'll make that a motion. I come.
Yeah, let's wait. Let's see if there's any other questions or discussion.
I've got more.
Oh, you do.
I do.
Go ahead.
Once again, Thermopolis in particular, there's money out there and there's management issues. And I think it's really important that that stays as an interim topic until those concessionaires are cleaned up and that's done, just so you've got, it may require more legislation to do what they're doing. And it for sure requires, I think, for TRW to stay on top of it.
So, Mr. Chair.
Does that fit in your
So,
thoughts?
Senator, you're saying you put that in number 2, and would that work?
Mr. Chairman, noted. I think when we were formulating this, was trying to keep things pretty broad, but I think that there's continued interest in making sure we're keeping an eye on Thermopolis and all that work that's gone into it so far.
Mr. Chairman, and I really like you really broad, but I actually
Sure.
want it in writing and out so the public can see it, that both these issues I brought up are actually sit in a solid part of the topics.
Okay.
Mr.
Further-
President, noted.
Noted. Any from the committee here or on the screen? There we have.
One more.
Well, we're going to give Representative Schwartz a chance to interject. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 2 questions that are unrelated. I'll give them to you both, Chairman Ellis. The first is regarding priority number 2 and cultural special districts, because I think corporations is actually looking at that in a broader sense. I'm wondering if it would be better off to let one committee deal with that. But my bigger question is on priority number 1, where I understand where we need to get back into the sports betting a little bit to refine what the role of the commission is. But I'm a little unclear after 2 years of skill games legislation. I'm not sure why that needs to be reviewed again. And historic horse racing, I'm just unaware of any issues with historic horse racing. In my experience, it seems to be functioning well. So I appreciate your comments on those.
Senator, take them both.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, so we put cultural special districts on our interim topic list, recognizing that typically corporations deals with that issue. When we're doing these lists in isolation, we don't know exactly what's going to make it onto the corporation's list. So that's why we have it on ours and leaving it to you to sort out which committee is appropriate for them to look at if this is a topic that you're interested in either committee pursuing. So I wouldn't say I've got a burning desire on just a very personal level of taking on that issue. So one for you to decide. Back to the Gaming Commission issue. The short answer is a few weeks ago, or about a month ago, I guess you could say, these historic horse racing machines look an awful lot like the skill game machines. And I think in Wyoming for a long period of time, we've always kind of thought of these machines as slot machines. And even in the 2018 Attorney General opinion, I think the phrase that was used was, if it looks like a duck and walks like a duck, it's probably a duck. And we've really got to stop thinking about these machines in that light. And we've done a lot of work in that and understanding how these skill games differ from traditional slot machines. The difficulty, though, is with skill games, we've got a definition that's set in statute. We've got limitations that are put on how much you can wager or put into the machine, a $3 pay-in, a max payout of $3,000. And so we've really tightened up our regulations on that. These historic horse racing machines operate very similar to these skill games. In a way, you could say they're the same thing, but they're not being regulated similarly to skill games. For an operator to use a historic horse racing machine, the element of chance is which game or the horse racing outcome is in the machine. That's part of the chance that you take in playing those games. And your skill is your knowledge or ability to predict the outcome of that race. So if we were to try and impose the skill game regulatory framework with the historic horse racing machines, they are already out of compliance. They're not limited to 4 machines per establishment, which we just established through the skill games legislation. And about a month ago, a gentleman put in a $3 play and got a $500,000 payout. So I get really nervous with these historic horse racing machines because I think there is a question of, do they have a special carve out in our statutes? If you look at that 2018 Attorney General opinion on skills games, I think that all the jeopardy that we saw with the skill games operating without being licensed or regulated currently exists for our historic horse racing machines. The Wyoming Gaming Commission, formerly the Parimutuel Commission, has about 2 pages of regulations on historic horse racing machines. And in reviewing those, there are some inconsistencies. Examples would include with the skill games legislation we passed, we require the commission to look at criminal background records. We even set forth some criteria saying if you have criminal convictions involving theft or dishonesty, certain felonies, you're not eligible for a license. In the horse racing regulations, none of this is in statute. Those requirements are very permissive. They may look at the criminal background records. They may deny an applicant. They may use lab reports. And so if we're going to have these machines in Wyoming that all look and feel very similar to slot machines, we need, I think, a better regulatory structure for these historic horse racing machines. My intent, Mr. Chairman, to be very clear, is not to pull the plug on these machines and have them exited out of the state of Wyoming. I am greatly concerned, though, that if we were to ask the Attorney General's office for an opinion on these historic horse racing machines, that we would find that they probably don't have any statutory protection. So like the skill games, I think we need to start catching up our regulatory scheme through statute and regulation to make sure that these operators know and have some certainty that their machines can be operated in Wyoming.
Senator Driscoll.
Part of this is to be a statement to kick back on that. Duck is not a duck. The historic machines were formed statutorily for that reason. That's what they were. That was the first one that came. The skill games came as something trying to fit into a slot, but at this point, they are totally separate beasts. Skill games were set up exactly like you said at the lower pots levels. The horse racing has a totally different purpose and a different goal. So right from the start, I think you need not to compare them. If you're trying to compare them, you're making a mistake because they are not the same. I think a review is adequate on it, but to go to that level in depth, I think is, I'm a little where Representative Schwartz is at, is I have not heard of a single incident of problems with the historic horse race. I've watched it and I just have not seen any. Maybe you can tell me different, but.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, if I may, or Mr. President.
Please.
I think the question is the man that put in $3 play and got a $500,000 payout. There's nothing in our statute that says, like sets those limits. On the skill game side, we limit that, $3 per play, max $3,000 payout. So I think it begs the question of, well, why do we permit some of these machines and not others? And when I look at how a simulcast, I mean, that's kind of how these machines entered Wyoming. I think the theory is a little weak. If I were a historic horse racing machine operator, I would be really nervous about just that question of what if we were to do a more in-depth legal analysis about the stability of a regulatory scheme for these games to be here. I don't feel like we're doing an adequate job in ensuring that and protecting that for these operators.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
And I won't argue anymore. It didn't come from simulcasting. Senator Shifter brought the historic horse racing standalone bill. I was in the Senate and it was very deliberate the way it was set. Those statutes were thought out very in depth and the way it was regulated was put in place. And I think they've got a great track record. I really hesitate whether we want to create a whole bunch more statutes on something that's working. And from my point, I'm happy if you say you want to take a look at it. If it goes to the point you're trying to delve in and take a run at statutes, I probably am going to ask for the topic to be removed. That's about where I go to.
Let's do this. I sense there's amendments in there. We're ready to, any further discussion on these proposals? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Madam Chairwoman, I'm curious about wanting to have cultural special districts within TRW, as a more common home for that would be corporations.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Mr. President. I think I covered that before with the prior question. It was brought to us because we tend to have more of that kind of cultural look. But during our committee discussion on it, we thought, corporations, this might be more appropriate there. But we ultimately decided to put it on our list and let you sort out which is the more appropriate committee if you want this topic looked at as either TRW or corporations.
All right. Representative Schwartz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a follow-up on my previous question. So you talked about why you wanted to discuss historic horse racing, but you didn't mention why you wanted to review skill games again.
Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I think the review of skill games is more in line with what are we requiring of skill games operators as far as a regulatory structure, limits on place, limits on pay-in, limits on payout, and comparing that to the historic horse racing scheme.
Okay. Any further questions? Any comments from the public in the room? Comments from the public on the internet? All right. Committee, what's your pleasure here?
Move the topics.
Move the topics. A second to moving the topics for joint travel, rec and wildlife. Second. There it is. Representative Schwartz. Thank you. Further discussion?
I beg your pardon?
Go ahead. You have an amendment?
Yes, I would like to amend priority 1 to limit it to discussion of the commission's new role in regulating online sports wagering.
Second for that?
Second.
There's a second. There was one also, Senator Guru as well. Discussion? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to respectfully ask the committee to keep the historic horse racing on there. It maybe didn't make it to the other side of the room, but there was certainly a lot of discussion on the House side about some of the challenges with historic horse racing. And I think there's going to be some actions fairly soon and some local governments that are going to bring it back to the fore. So I think whether it's here or not, it's going to be on people's radar pretty soon. And it's my understanding. And so I think keeping the door open for the committee to potentially address something coming forth is appropriate. So I will be resisting the striking of that language. Thank you.
Further discussion? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm on and opposed to this motion as well. I think historic horse racing should be looked at just like we look at the rest of gaming. And if it needs to be reined in some, it needs to be reined in some. Or maybe it's not reined in, maybe it's opened up, but I think it should be part of the discussion. So I'm gonna vote against the motion.
Very good. Any further comments? Representative Schwartz, right before we vote, would you repeat your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My motion was to limit priority number 1 to the regulation of online sports wagering.
Very good. Okay, and it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Raise your hands. All those in favor, say aye. 1, 2. Those opposed? Motion's passed. All right. Any further amendments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, can go under any priority, I don't care, but Thermopolis State Park and concessions as a specific item that's wide open.
Okay, that's, can you fit it into 2 or do you just want to?
It would fit in 2 well.
Let's okay, make a motion to that effect.
I would move that we add in specifically Thermopolis State Park and its concessions. Or Hot Springs State Park, correct.
And it's
Thank you.
concession for consideration. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Further discussion? Please
Can I ask
do.
a question? Do we have a current lease right now?
I can do
For
it, Mr.
concessions?
Chairman, real quick.
Because to me, this is an issue that has been long vetted and it was about the lease. And if we have a current lease, I'm curious what it is that we would be looking at
Okay.
by adding this.
Mr.
Do you
Chairman.
want- Go ahead and address that. I can remember dealing with this 10
there
years
is
ago in Evans.
One old lease that is on the teepee, that's I believe a 30-year lease that's 6 or 7 years into it. Right now, they're in negotiations still with the Star, and the hotel is sitting with no lease whatsoever on it. The old sanatorium is on, once again, I believe it's around a 30-year lease. And there was pending legislation that passed, that was my bill, that made them quit doing the month-to-month contracts, and they still have not reached it. And I think it's critical. It's going to take work and help from the legislature to get this resolved long-term. And I also think the park is going through some transitions that's worthy of legislative, at least being aware of what's happening.
Further discussion? Go ahead.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, and this would be a question for the chairwoman. What do you think of this topic?
Go ahead, Chair.
And Mr. Chairman or Mr. President, I didn't have the benefit of working on TRW in prior years, so I'd have to do some catch up on this issue anyway. I'm not in a good position to answer that.
Okay, any further discussion? There's a motion for an amendment. All those in favor say aye. Oh, whoa. Friends on the screen, who? Okay, Representative Yen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I do want to say, as someone who did serve in TRW the last 2 years, I think it is a good idea to keep this on the priority list, just to follow through with the work that we did in the last 2 years. So
Thank you, Representative Yen. Senator Hicks?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd just remind everybody that I believe that we've set aside $2.5 million out of the state parks for Hot Springs to do some of the remediation and leasing and reconstruction work up there that's in the budget. So given that budgetary item, I think it's appropriate to keep this in there.
Good budget reminder. Okay. All right, let's take a vote here. All those in favor of this amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Amendment passes. Further amendments,
One last, Mr. Chairman,
please do.
and I'll leave this really broad, rather than just going into rates and privatization, is a deep dive with state parks to get them on a path to make it where they're self-sustaining. And it's just that simple. That allows you to look at anything.
All right. You're making a motion for such. Have you got a second? Do you have a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Discussion? Discussion?
Chairman?
Go ahead. Representative Summers.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So State Parks and Cultural Resources is a big agency. Are you just specifically talking about state parks, that specific piece, right?
Go ahead.
Yes, state parks only.
Any further discussion? Would you restate your motion, please, Senator?
Motion would be to take a deep dive to look at trying to work at making our state parks where they're fiscally sustainable on their own without general fund help.
Very good. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. I think it's an aye. It's passed. Unless there's
Really
objection.
a strong. path.
Yeah, there, you got a lot of backing there. Representative Schwartz. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to add an amendment to priority 2 to eliminate cultural special districts with the understanding it will be reviewed by corporations. I believe they have it on their priority list as well.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Discussion? All right, we're going to go for a vote, but I want you to restate that one more time, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you,
Tighten
Mr.
it up a little.
Chairman. On priority number 2, to remove the reference to cultural special districts.
There it is.
Real quick, Mr. Chairman, Corps will take it up. It's on their list. It will be taken up unless it's stricken by this committee.
Call to remove. Amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Amendment passed. Any further amendments? We're back on the 5 priorities for joint travel, rec and wildlife. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
As amended. All those opposed, nay. It's passed. Thank you, Senator Ellis. Looks like you're up with Representative Larson, Select Committee on Travel Relations. Which one of you want to take it? Representative Larson, you've got go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So your Select Tribal Relations Committee would like to request 2 dates, one in August and one in October, to take care of 3 topics. Priority 1 is the work we do with intergovernmental relationships, and the biggest there's 3 things in there that are kind of ongoing updates. That's the relationship the Intertribal Council has with the various state agencies, off-road, the off-reservation hunting or Herrera v. Wyoming case. We try and stay on top of how that is moving forward and the impacts to the state. And then, as you heard corporations talk about, or the Revenue Committee talk about the tobacco tax, and we try to stay on top of how that impacts the reservation. We'd like to follow through and continue the work on our missing and murdered Indigenous persons work that we started, and are following up and trying to work with the tribes in our federal and agencies to increase law enforcement presence and to address that very serious topic. We had a request we've been working on for a period of years and are following up on a request from the governor's office and the livestock board to try and work a little bit more on the brucellosis management discussion. The tribe are not, the reservation is not part of our designated surveillance area, and we think that there's an opportunity to maybe have some further discussion and get the tribes included, to include the reservation in that program and protect the state's livestock industry should an outbreak be present. And there's some concern with their as they increase the presence of their bison herd. And we've had some elk tested positive a couple of years ago up around Crowheart, and we're just trying to work on that. On our priority 2, probably the most important topic here is we continue to work on how we deal with their solid waste matters. You'll recall that the EPA has jurisdiction on there. And yet we have an interaction between the tribes being part of the Fremont County Solid Waste District. We have some historic illegal dumps out there that we are working to get remediated, and we're trying to work with them and the EPA on a way to better manage their waste, solid waste stream. This year we had a Senate File 88 bill come out of TRW that was really a bill that originated in Montana to define who owns fossils that are discovered on private property, or maybe where minerals are owned by the state. And as it come here, as we worked on it and implemented it here, we inserted the term artifacts, and that got a little hung up on the House side. And I think that perhaps we stepped in it, and we want to go back and look at that and make sure that we're not putting some regulations in place that just doesn't need to be, that might conflict with private property issues. And so we're going to try and get that cleaned up and have a clear picture of what that is going to do. We have ongoing discussions with the infrastructure developments and right-of-ways with the CARES money. We had an allocation to the tribes for some broadband improvement. That's going really well. The challenge continues to be getting right-of-ways, particularly through tribal lands that have a number of errors, and getting through permission to do that. We've been working with the Bureau of Indian, or the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Thank you, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, to try and put in some to deal with that where it's a little more streamlined. Very bureaucratic process, and we're trying to get that done. Then our priority 3 is health and education. We continue to work with the tribes as an underserved population, and particularly with their overall health. And as I think you all realize that Fremont County was impacted pretty significantly in the COVID outbreak this last year, and more so on the reservation. And we continue to work with them to see how we can assist in responding to those types of issues and improve the health on the reservation. Also, we try to stay, we've made a real cognizant effort to work with the University of Wyoming to make sure that they reach out to our students on the reservation and feel that we've made some real headway there and have some programs in place that are bearing fruit. We like to stay on top of that, as well as I think my good co-chairman mentioned to you in the, your review of the Education Committee, our efforts to try and address the K-12 education challenges we see on the reservation. We have brought a pretty significant bill, as she referenced earlier, last year to that was defeated in the House, and we took one portion of that out and passed this year. We're going to break it up. It was and try and address things and conformity to where the folks that are working with truancy and absenteeism and penalties can have a clear understanding of what state statutes are, and then how that applies on the reservation regarding the tribal courts and the tribal law and order code. So, Mr. Chairman, that's kind of our plan or what we would recommend to Management Council for approval.
Thank you. Senator Ellis, anything to add?
No, Mr. President, he did a great job.
Okay. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, and obviously, Senator Ellis is on joint education as well as I. Our topic is much broader than absenteeism and truancy. And so I hope that our two committees work together to try to solve what is really a larger issue than, frankly, a larger issue than absenteeism. So I just look forward to our committees maybe working together a bit on that topic. And it would encourage you to reach out to the chairs and see if we can kind of work together. Be great. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for that comment. Let's double check in the room. Any public comment? On the internet, any public comment? All right, committee, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I move the interim topics for the Select Committee on Tribal Relations.
Second? Moving second, and all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Interim topics for Select Committee on Tribal Relations approved. Let's go to Joint Labor, Health and Social Services. I believe Senator Baldwin is out there listening somewhere in the far west. And also Chairman Wilson, thank you for your patience all day long.
Good
I
afternoon.
don't even think you left for
Mr.
lunch,
Chairman.
did you?
Yes, well, with a name that starts with W, I'm used to being at the
Oh, you
end
wait
of-
for the vote, yes.
That's right.
Have you got a co-chair out there? Or is it all
I
yours
believe
today?
that Co-Chairman Baldwin is online, although I'm prepared with.
Oh, there he is, but he looks like a ceiling or a glass ceiling or something.
Oh, I have to uncover my camera. I was
There you
hiding. I'm sorry.
Okay, co-chairs, which one of you?
I'll go ahead and
Please.
have Senator Baldwin to back me up, Mr. President. So thank you, committee. Your Labor Committee has a number of topics. They're somewhat broad, and you will have seen these in past years, and that's because these are generally topics that just don't go away. But so what we try to do is just chip away at them where we can every year. I will point out, Mr. Chairman, that in the 2021 session, we only had 7 committee bills. 6 of the 7 passed, and the 7th came back in a trimmed down version as an individual bill, and that also passed. So I think our committee is pretty efficient in putting together bills that get through both chambers and carry out what we need to do is, in its fairly restricted form. So the first priority, Mr. Chairman, is aging. We're probably the oldest state and getting older. We spend about $400 million a biennium in long-term care and home-based services. So we would like to look at the challenges facing that, the costs, options for keeping seniors in their home, the availability of beds in the care facilities. Of course, the nursing homes have been severely impacted by COVID. We are required to rebase their reimbursement rate every 5 years, but we haven't done it since 2015. And we may have an update to the Nursing Home Administrator Practice Act. probably a bill or two out of that. You know, we're certainly aware of the financial constraints, but having financial constraints doesn't make all of us get younger. So priority number 2 is workforce and licensing, again, and focusing specifically on behavioral health and long-term care workforces. This is something that we started working on a couple of years ago, trying to identify the gaps in our anticipated workforce, what our needs are, who we can train in state. We've discovered that Alaska has a good community mental health worker program. We don't want to replicate theirs exactly because it's a little more substantial than what we could probably stand up, but we think it has some potential for providing more mental health workers in the community. CNAs, the comment there about pharmacy has to do with pharmacy techs and what their services are available, what they can do. We'd also like to look at workers' compensation coverage. You know, during the CARES Act, we had discussion about what we could do with workers' comp. We've discovered that there's quite a number of employers who are not covered, or the employees are not covered by our state system. We have no intention of opening up the entire workers' comp system. I think that's too heavy of a lift, but we'd just like to better determine what the coverages are, who's not covered. Are there options for maybe providing some sort of mediating service to those people who aren't covered? Excuse me, that sort of thing. You see the review of youth labor and work-based learning services. Representative Greer did have a bill that passed there on student learners. Excuse me, but Workforce Services has told us that there's some federal changes in the various youth programming, and they just think it would be a good idea for us to take a look at, see if we need to update our statutes and that sort of thing. Also, just the issue of vaccination requirements. Of course, that's kind of interest for a lot of folks in the state. And EEOC and Department of Labor have had some various discussions, posts on how, whether employees can mandates and requirements for how that all fits into employers or your access to services and that sort of thing. So that we'll plug that in there. Priority number 3, mental health and substance abuse again. And this is where I think we could just insert. So it says right now, it says we'll review House Bill 38 and the funding and structure of community behavioral health services. I think I would just insert after that and receive reports and recommendations from the House Bill 38 working group. Mr. Chairman, I know that at the end of today's agenda, you have scheduled to reappoint the joint subcommittee. And as I earlier mentioned, we think that we could just get by with a 4-member subcommittee, not an 8-member that we had before, at the discretion of leadership. And that's mainly to enable us, those of us who are involved with Department of Health on that, to just get reimbursement for attending the meetings, really. But that's sort of stood up. On the second page, a couple of years ago, you recall that we had an appropriation for the state suicide hotline. We want to check up on that, see how that's working. Hopefully, we might be able to appropriate some ARP money to expand their hours. And we do have potentially looking at a Medicaid mental health waiver. Priority 4, costs of healthcare and insurance. This one probably won't take too much time. The governor has a healthcare task force that is looking at what we might be able to do to impact costs. So we expect to hear from them. In 2020, we had a Senate File 38 looked at employee group insurance bundling study. It's about due to give us a report on what changes might be made to the state employee group insurance that would save us money. We heard from a lot of people about the issue of pharmacy benefit managers and how that potentially adds to the costs. One of the things I'd point out on this topic is we've heard from a number of people that the impact of healthcare costs, healthcare insurance on our education spending. And so I think it's an issue that's of importance, not just to business, not to the state as employer, to businesses, to education, I mean, broadly. So whatever we can do there. We do have a small priority number 5, review of safety net programs. We had hoped to do this last year, but just didn't end up. But I feel like over the last couple of years, between changes in appropriations, stimulus funding, floor actions, change appropriations. There's been a lot of ups and downs in Department of Health and DFS and some other agencies on the safety net programs, veterans, property taxes, all that kind of thing. And I think we just really need to have it all laid out, make sure we understand where we're at on that. And also make sure that we're aware of any kind of maintenance of effort type issues that might be involved there. And then, of course, priority number 6, we always have as far as federal actions, court decisions, that sort of thing. Finally, Mr. Chairman, down at the meeting schedule, we would really appreciate to have our usual 3 two-day meetings. And in addition, if we might, 1 Zoom meeting. The committee is quite new. Of our 14 members, 9 of them have not been on Labor Committee before. And Mr. Chairman, what we would like to do for a Zoom meeting is put together about 4 educational programs, so to speak. The topics we have in mind are Medicaid and the DD waiver, Title 25, the broad aspect of what DFS does with child protective services, CHINS, residential treatment, and then a 4th one on hospital costs. And our goal would be to have these put together, be mainly focused on PowerPoint so that we could make them available to all members of the legislature for them to review on their own, to share with community groups as necessary or whatever. But I just feel like those are topics that could really stand not only for our committee, but I think the broader legislature could benefit. Mr.
Absolutely.
Chairman.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. Okay, members of the committee, we've got 6 topics here and a full meeting schedule, one of which being Zoom. Any discussion or questions? Go ahead, Senator or Representative Gray.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard some concern from constituents regarding this issue of these health passports that came up after the discussion on interim topics. There's been actions from numerous governors on this. I haven't seen anything yet from our governor. Very doubtful it's coming. Just from his take on it, just from overall the history. What do you think about it being taken up as an interim topic for legislative action?
Representative.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Representative Gray. I would expect that would be wrapped into the vaccination requirement topic.
Further questions, comments? Let's check in with the co-chair. Not to ignore you, sir. Chairman Baldwin, do you have something to add?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to add that as far as health task force go, we're due, as you well know, for a report from the current health task force will be coming to the governor and to all the leadership in the next several days, actually. And I think, and I believe Chairman Wilson would echo that, is that we've made some significant progress. There's more progress being made, but there has been significant progress. The only other thing I would add, Chairman Wilson did an awesome job. I'm glad it was her, not me. I know you talked about Medicaid expansion in an earlier discussion today, which seems like days ago, but really it was only hours. Despite that not coming to this committee, I've spent now 7 sessions dealing with that. And I've committed myself, being on the revenue committee as well, if we're going to take that on, is I'm taking a much deeper dive and going to take my expertise to that matter. And rather than hearing a lot of social media evidence, I've committed to really getting some information from the surrounding states and other states and having a much deeper knowledge and deeper input on that if this council is interested in that.
Thank you. Members of the committee, any follow-up for that? Representative Yin?
Oh, so not necessarily a follow-up, but just I remember from Madam Chairman Wilson that the topic of the mental health and substance abuse, when we were discussing it on appropriations bucket, that she was interested in making the subcommittee again be members that already had it, that were already on it before. Is that something that she would be interested in management council amending onto this proposed topics to set that structure up?
Let's go back to the co-chair. Your thought was you wanted to kind of trim it down, but your thoughts to that request?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right, I really in passing suggested sort of amending in a reference to that in priority number 3. And then you do have later on your schedule today, a reappointment of a joint subcommittee. And my recommendation, Mr. Chairman, would be that it doesn't need to be the full 8, I think 4. I can say that Representative Larson and myself were previously on it, he from Appropriations and me from Labor on the House side. And we have continued to work with Department of Health. Senator Schuler was on Senate Labor last year. She's no longer on Labor, but attended the meeting and continues her interest, of course. She's from Evanston originally. And there has been some other discussion, and probably, Mr. President, you probably know more about that discussion than I do as far as who a 4th person might be. I know the bill went through corporations on the Senate side. We heard from Senator Hicks that perhaps it doesn't need to be an appropriator. The important thing, I think, is that it's a person who has interest and some background in the issues so that we can make best use of all of our time.
Yeah. Understood. And we were tracking the name. Let me come back to Senator Baldwin. Are you actually asking for an approval for an addition, for an amendment, or what are you thinking there? You caught my attention. No.
Not proposed anything, just simply putting out information.
Okay, I just want Representative Yin, did I leave you hanging without? Okay. Let's, interest of time, let's double check any further comments from the committee. Comments from the floor, comments from the internet. All right, what's the committee's pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
move the priority listing for the Joint Labor, Health and Social Services Committee.
Is there a second? Second. Any further discussion or amendments? There being none. All those in favor of the interim topics for Joint Labor, Health and Social Services, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Priority 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 approved.
Next.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson. Thank you, Chairman Baldwin. Moving right along. Joint Corps, to be Senator Driscoll and Representative Zwanitzer. He was. Well, let's go ahead. Senator Driscoll. Topic.
Mike.
Oh, I guess you're a little closer to your mouth.
Was green. Okay. Topic 1 is redistricting. I think you're all reasonably familiar with it. That's obviously the number 1 topic we're going to have, and I'll deal a little more into it. Census is late this year, so the redistricting is going to happen fairly late in the year. Will probably involve somewhere between 5 and 10 meetings late in the year. We'll meet in July. It's on the back of the schedule for one to get ready on it. Number 2 is elections. There it is.
Yeah, you have some help.
Number 2 is elections. As you all know, we had a number of bills this year, primarily 145 that talked about runoff elections, et cetera. Taking a kind of a deep dive into elections. These bills, if you look back through the history of them, there's been a lot of them. We're going to kind of take a deep dive back into elections and how it lays. You want to handle utilities? You're a little more up on it.
Thank you.
I've done the first 2.
My apologies, committee, for being a little late. I've never seen labor health go so quickly for interim topics. So I get on utilities. I think the feeling is we are aware that the Minerals Business Committee is going to look at PSC related issues, especially when it comes to coal-fired generation. But there's a whole host of other utility issues out there, primarily water, municipal power, and the telecom rewrite. Telecom Act is set to expire in 2023, and it'll probably be a 2-year study to ensure, I guess, the knowledge base necessary to do the Telecom Act rewrite starting This interim, third-party electric generation is an issue, not necessarily of coal-fired power plants, but electric rates in general, regardless of their source, are still just an ongoing massive topic in the state of Wyoming. You know, the cheaper electricity powers all things, helps our economy. And so I think the committee really wanted to continue just moving forward. The knowledge base we have on the interim corporations committee, both in the House and the Senate, is strong. And so there was a desire not to completely turn over all utility issues to minerals and business. They can look at that subsegment of coal-fired electric, but all the other utilities I think are still in corporations realm, and we would still like some latitude to start the Telecom Act rewrite to look at, you know, how to bring electric prices down. Somebody can
Intentionally left very broad so that we can handle what comes at us.
Okay.
Topic number 4, insurance. 2 issues under the insurance. One is the modernization of producer license statutes. And second is revising reinsurance. And as a quick explanation, we've been approached by reinsurance companies about domiciling into Wyoming, which will require a update of some of our statutes probably to allow that to happen if it can. So number 5 was special districts, local governments. We continue to have special district legislation come at us. The other one that falls in there is, and it falls earlier, what we were talking, creation of community development districts, tourism districts, and funding of special districts. And we'll take a deep dive into those because both of those had bills come in the past. They'll have more coming, and we'll take a deep dive in it. I have one other topic that I have brought that I have not talked to my co-chairman. I have brought a seasonal unemployment bill, as has Senator Hicks in the past. Senator Kinski looked at it this year, looking at other states have for your seasonal businesses, don't get pulled into this year-round cycle. There's been problems with it every time someone's brought it as a bill. So I would like to ask to have that added in as we go through, his pending no complaint from my co-chairman. We're looking at 3 2-day meetings for our standard type meetings. And then we're just to be determined on the redistricting, depending on what the numbers look like. That's obviously got to be done kind of on the fly. I know last time, 10 years ago, I went to a lot of them. They added numbers of those by the day. A town had come up and they'd be on the fight. Next day, they'd be driving to Newcastle or to Worland for a meeting. So.
And we were anticipating 3 meetings, corporation centric, and then separate redistricting meetings, some of which we could combine.
Right.
But we scheduled the first meeting. And then the second meeting, we believe, will be around the end of August. The preliminary information from the federal government is what they call legacy files from the US Census will be available in mid-August, they believe. And it's my understanding we have the systems to still run those type of legacy files. And so we will have some initial redistricting information in August, hopefully, but didn't want to schedule the official meetings until we had a better, firmer date of when that information would be forthcoming.
So, and then a third meeting that'll be later on that
Okay.
I will run into redistricting.
So,
That would stand for any questions.
all right, so let me understand this then. As far as your schedule goes, you're going to get the population stats you need, but they're going to be late. Are you going to try to do separate meetings? Do you need approval for those? Do you need funding for those? Because I've got listed 3.
I can handle
Are you going to try to cram it all into one? How are we going to do that?
And look over the map for that.
Okay.
If you can.
So, you know, in the 2020 feed bill, Mr. Chairman, you provided $285,000 for redistricting. The committee's expenses for redistricting will come out of that, as well as whatever money we need to buy licenses for our mapping software. You reduced that amount last year, this council did, in the legislative budget reductions to $228,000. So, but those will be the funds that we'll use for redistricting and for the committee costs. I looked, or I had Kathy look, I think 10 years ago, the committee meeting expenses only were roughly $80,000.
Okay.
How
And we
much
did
you
use
say,
the
Matt?
state plane some last last time as well.
Right. And so the software is ordered, will be ordered. That was kind of intense last time, 10 years ago, as I recall.
So, Mr. Chairman, we have maintained one license of that software the entire time. That's what runs our House and Senate district software on our website. And we'll buy 2 additional licenses, and we're also going to come back to council with what will be a cost for an online portal for the public and any member to be able to draw redistricting plans on their own. This was something Idaho had 10 years ago. It was cost prohibitive for us to get it at the time. And I don't know if we want to spend the money on it this time, but we're at least going to explore and see how much that'll cost.
Who gets to sort all that out? If we,
You do.
everybody across the state is drawing their own redistricting lines.
You know, Mr. Chairman, we'll have a way to denote that what is an official product out of the Legislative Service Office. I had the same question you do, and we're going to find out the answer to that.
That's a big question for me.
Yeah.
Buying one license for Tracy Hunt.
All right. Senator Driscoll, your topic, do you want to try to tuck it in somewhere? You want that as a priority?
It'd be a
6,
separate one.
unemployment?
It'd be a number 6.
So you'd add a number 6.
That would be helpful if it was a committee bill instead of an individual bill, I believe, and it'd
And create a
helpful to
committee
have
bill.
agency help on it.
And I have one more question on the utilities. That's a deep dive. You've got a full schedule here. You got a deep schedule. You'll produce legislation again that comes out of utilities, kind of refine what we've already done.
Mr. Chairman, I'm honestly not sure the insurance portion is going to take that long of our interim. It's 2 kind of ideas without a lot of necessary work. The utilities issues, in my mind, are really threefold. One is the Telecom Act that we're starting to ramp up for. 2 is this ongoing concern on the price of electricity, not only from cryptocurrency mining, but what our largest power consumers in Wyoming continue to kind of beat the drum that we need to get electric rates down. And if there are some ways they have in mind they would like to bring forth to the committee for us to discuss. And then I think it was Senator Case brought up that we just have some expertise on corporations historically from Senator Scott, Senator Case, myself, Representative Ayer. We have 4 members in the House that are also on the Minerals Committee. And so not that we're looking to go in a superbly deep dive on all utilities, but there is a lot of utility issues out there that are not what I would say coal-fired power plants that it's my understanding the Minerals Committee is going to take a deeper dive into the Public Service Commission when it comes to coal-based electricity, but telecom, water, municipal power, we had 5 bills this year in the House.
It had, dealing
So
with that.
it's an issue that just stays out
Keeps
there.
going. You got 4 members of this committee right here on the screen that have the cheapest power rates in the nation. How about that? Well, self-promotion. All righty. I do have one. I'll declare my conflict before I speak. I have a conflict on this one. Buried deep in number 5. Committee will also consider local government publication requirements. We went through this already. Now it's back up again.
Mr. Chairman, so I'll be kind of sensitive. It's been a decade. It's this ongoing conversation on what it costs for government agencies to do public notices. And it has been a decade of work, at least while I've been in corporations. There's a continued push that county governments and other entities don't believe that they need to be advertising in newspapers to the amount they are. Where this topic came from is kind of this, what I would call digital media. We now have a kind of online news outlets, especially in Wyoming. I'm not sure if I can list their names, but that are getting large amounts of readership, and they want to explore the possibility of being able to compete for some of these government notice opportunities where the governments are required to put it in a, right now in law, newspaper of general circulation. Whether an online digital media outlet can count as a general circulation newspaper would be the ask. And so they brought that to us in our interim meeting. I know it was a bill in the Senate that was on that topic as well that didn't make it. And so
Correct.
the issue is not
And we
necessarily
can bring
going
it back
away.
up again within the same year or within a year. We can bring it back up for consideration within a year. I think there was something in training on that, but at any rate, and again, declaring my conflict, I got a list of nearly 50 publications here that also have an online presence. Some of them with numbers that the very small publications will jump 14, 16,000 online viewers a month. Some of the larger ones, 569,000, 132,000, a million, over a million online views. They would also have that. So one scenario would be online only. The other scenario that I have in front of me would be both print and online. So where's the equity? Declaring my conflict again. Thank you.
And I think your corporations committee is all about trying to achieve a balanced playing field and keeping this level of equity and fairness. And if there's, one entity that thinks other entities have a slice of the government pie that they don't have access to, they're trying to get their foot in the door as well. And so we're happy to look at that. We're happy to not look at that depending on management council's
Thank you.
preference.
We had a question on the screen? No, okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, you have a couple-
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so Chairman Driscoll, obviously I support your topic because I was one of those in those email chains that was looking at that issue. However, when I look, and this is just broader to both chairmen, when I look at what you have to do, what I wouldn't do not want to see is a whole bunch of bills come out of corporations really fast. So then you can get to redistricting. So I worry about, this is too much. This seems like too much, too big a bite of the apple to really do good work when you're going to have to spend so much time on redistricting. And so then I worry about, will the quality of the product fall off on these really important topics? So I don't see how you can expand this list and still get redistricting done in this amount of time. So
Mr. Chairman.
enlighten me.
Go ahead.
I will. I'll kind of work you through in what I see, and co-chairman can look at it. Obviously redistricting itself, elections is probably a one bill. We're fresh off the runoff bills. There's only so many scenarios there. That's probably, I think it's less than a half a day to go through the review on it. Possibly one bill there. I don't see more than one. Utilities, I don't really know. It's wide open. Insurance is two bills. We have talked about it. There'll probably be two separate bills, and once again, less than a half a day, I think, to go through it.
One is basically model legislation.
Yeah, one's model legislation, one other one. The special districts is going to take multiple meetings and some time, but once again, it's old ground that's been plowed. My thought off the hip is to combine the cultural districts and the tourism improvement districts together, but I think it's not a wild one, and we're well versed in it. And then you drop in the last piece. The seasonal unemployment, I think, is going to be having the Unemployment Commission come to us and Director Cooley tell us what the holes are and whether something can be there. I know of at least 5 bills to come on it. So it's mainly just saying, can it happen or not? And I'm comfortable in myself that we can cover the topics. I'll let my co-chairman add on if he feels like he's comfortable with. I think we can cover them in the 3 meetings and do it well.
Yeah, I just add on the special district topic. It really is one topic, and the question is, can you have a special district inside of a municipality? Right now, the only thing in statute is for downtown development authorities. And so whether we call it a community development district or a tourism district or an arts district, it's the need that we continue to hear from our municipalities that if there are some places in Wyoming who want to raise money and they believe their voters will agree to it, should they be allowed to have a special taxation district within a municipality? And how do we structure that? We have seen the bills for community development districts twice, for tourism districts, but it is kind of ultimately one question. So it's not like we're looking at 5 special districts. It's one singular question, and what could we call it and what should it look like? So I'm not anticipating it taking a vast amount of time because we do have 3 pieces of legislation we've brought before. The question is, what do we want to call it, and does the committee want to try it again?
Representative Summers.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Follow up. So how bad do you need the utilities topic? I mean, what, it seems like, I think minerals has some of that going on. So how bad do you really need that topic unless it's just informational for future years?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I don't think we particularly need it. We left it open, and I don't think we've talked about anything specific on that. It's just, should something come up, and it does leave us, if we have time, we can deal with it. But really, it's a placeholder as much as anything, the way I see it right now.
Okay. Anybody else on the screen? Representative Schwartz? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in a similar vein to the majority floor leader about your time availability, when I look at priority number 2, I mean, I understand the Senate chairman just stated they might only have one bill, but it's rather expansive language about elections, and everything I understand about the 2020 election we just had, including comments from the Secretary of State's office, it actually functioned quite well. So, I mean, when I look at things like absentee voting and polling places, I get kind of concerned that we're going in a direction we don't need to go in at all. So I'd love to hear comments on that.
Gentlemen?
No, I would say on the Mr. Chairman, on the absentee voting and polling places, that has come from our County Clerks Association for that specific area. I know you talked about it this morning. Wyoming is increasingly becoming a one-party state, and that primary election, for better or worse, is the election in many cases. And so we had several bills, as you're all aware, based on public outcry of, can we run our elections better? And the bills as presented, in my opinion, didn't quite get us there, but the topic is certainly not going away when we continue to have multiple people filing for a primary, winning under 20% and becoming the elected official at whatever level. I think that is a pertinent issue we need to look at. And whether or not it results in legislation or statutory change, I don't know. But I do know from the vast amount of emails on a variety of election topics, we do historically have an election kind of bill before our next election cycle. And I think with redistricting, this is a really good time to make sure that our statutes reflect, the redistricting plan, as you know, affects precincts, et cetera, and just ensuring we have everything ready to go in a redistricting year before the 2022 election, which will probably be more controversial than the last. As you've seen the last 4 election cycles, they always seem to have more outside money, more allegations, more controversy. It's just the way Wyoming's going.
Interesting.
Mr. Chairman, add on real quick, a little more direct to the question. When we got into the 145, the clerks were adamant that it does affect absentee ballots all the way down the line. So they really need to be, if you're going to have some type of runoff bill or a change of bill, all the dates and times change and the processes change. And they were pretty clear on that in their testimony. And so that's why this is laid in here, because once you affect one part of that election law, it moves up and down on primary dates and how you print ballots and when you do them. So it was left there not to strike out and do something wild, but if we're going to do it, we're going to have to affect all across the board on this.
Representative Gray, you have some comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a couple things on the elections issue. I have heard a lot of concerns from my constituents and had a couple meetings about the need for having some sort of audit function. I know there's been talk about some sort of random sample that would be audited, and then also concern about the move away from paper ballots at polling centers. In Natrona County, it hasn't been so much, but in some other counties, particularly Laramie County, there's been more of that. So I'd ask the committee to consider looking at those topics. Thank you.
And we do have polling books in this county, Mr. Chairman, but I would also add, not even partisan or ideologically, it does appear the federal government will have a potentially significant rewrite of voting laws at the federal level, perhaps in the next 6 months, which could strongly impact what we're doing here in Wyoming if the bill is currently written in the U.S. House passes, which would necessitate some potential strong changes to our election law in the next year. So
Thank you. All right, further comments from the committee? Representative Conley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a question really for Senator Driscoll. I'm curious about the addition of the seasonal unemployment topic and just thinking that if it would be better placed in labor health plans on kind of opening up the labor statutes. Unemployment is all Title 27. We did a good look at unemployment when it came to CARES money and expanding our statutes regarding unemployment in that regard. And it just seems to me like it might be a better home. And so I'm just curious about your thoughts about that.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I'm happy for it to go wherever. I'd like to see it addressed because it's recurring, but if Labor Health would like to take it, I'm fine with it. I also think it is natural for corporations. We deal with the insurance industry is a typical corporation issue, and that's really what this is. This is unemployment insurance. So I'm happy either way.
Thank you.
Your pleasure.
Any further comments from the committee? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also heard quite a bit of response from constituents on this Wyoming Sovereignty Act, House Bill 256. I know it was heard over in the House, creating some sort of procedure for us to look at federal actions and the constitutionality of federal actions. Don't think it would take long for your committee to just review it. I know there was a lot of questions on the language over in the House. How do you feel about that? Was it discussed in committee? Thanks.
We're at your beck and
Co-chairs.
call. You make an
Go ahead.
amendment. We take what we're told to do.
Mr. Chairman, we did hear that bill
Okay.
in the House Corporations Committee, and it was asked for by certain legislators as an interim topic. It did not make the list of, the top 5 or 6, but it's certainly an issue out there that we heard among several other election issues.
All right. Very good. Done with the comments from the committee. People, comments from the floor here? All right. I understand we have some on the internet, right? Bring those in. First public comment. Go. Okay, which one of you gentlemen would like to go, sir? We start with the first gentleman that came up. Ken, I believe his name is. Sir, would you identify yourself and offer your comment?
Yes, my name is Ken Chestick, and I'm the chair of Wyoming Promise, which many of you are aware of. It's a nonpartisan group of Wyoming citizens working on the issue of dark money, trying to solve that problem. And we did request a topic which I think is included in priority number 2. Priority number 2 says one of the things on that list is clarifying campaign finance rules for organizations and political action committees, which is along the lines of what we were proposing, primarily looking at reporting requirements for external or independent funding, independent expenditure organizations. There's some loopholes that allow certain groups to spend a lot of money in Wyoming and not file a report and just pay a $500 fine and never file the report. So we were asking for some work on that, as well as our primary issue on the 20th Amendment to get some dark money out of politics. As co-chair Zwanitzer pointed out, next year, this would be a good year to do the fix on reporting from organizations, because 2022 is a gubernatorial election year. We're going to have there's probably going to be, every election cycle gets worse and worse, and more dark money flows in. And it's an easy fix. I think we need to work on that. And I just wanted to offer our support. Wyoming Promise is connected and works with a number of national organizations who are working on this issue. We have resources. We have information about the nature of the problem and possible solutions to the problem. And we stand ready to offer our assistance to the committee to vet language and discuss language, and whatever we can do, provide resources to help out with that issue. And I do appreciate that it is included in in priority number 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ken? Any questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Let's go to Mr. Brown.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to address you. I am the chairman of a committee of 25 individuals representing most of the 23 Wyoming counties. We've spent 2 years and hundreds of hours working on what was presented in this legislature as the Wyoming Sovereignty Act. I appreciate Representative Gray in making mention of that.
Let's just do this really quick before you go any further. Just say your full name again and the organization you represent for the record.
Okay. Excuse me. My name is Scott Brown from Lovell, Wyoming. The committee that I chair is we've called it the Republican Review Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Go ahead.
Thank you. Similar legislation has been introduced by a number of other states. With the unprecedented numbers of executive orders and other unconstitutional legislation coming out of DC, I urge your adoption of the Wyoming Sovereignty Act, HB 256, as a topic for consideration over the interim. That which is going on nationally is mostly harmful to Wyoming and its people. You, as legislators, are in a position where you can stand as a guardian of our state and our people. You have taken an oath to support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Wyoming. And HB 256 offers a vehicle for you to fulfill that oath. Some have claimed that this is a partisan effort. I respond that a good idea does not care who has it. And I can assure you that this concept has individuals from multiple political parties who support it. Every Wyoming county was given the opportunity to engage in the creation of this legislation, and individuals from most counties did engage. My request at this time is that the Management Council is that one of you would move to add the Wyoming Sovereignty Act as an interim topic. I will stand for questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Brown? Questions? Thank you, Mr. Brown. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. We're back on the original proposal from joint corporations, priority 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anybody would like to move it, and then we'll consider amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the corporation.
Please turn on your mic.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I would move the joint corporations, elections and political subdivisions, priority interim topics list.
Second? Second, moved and seconded. Discussion on these priority topics. Any amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to eliminate priority 3 utilities.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Senator Summers or Representative Summers, any other further discussion on that? Or you just?
Mr. Chairman, I think this committee has too much on its plate. I think this is probably the one area when I asked the chairs, you know, what were they after? They really did. I don't think there was really much there. And I just think we need to take something off their plate.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I'd ask that you resist and leave it there. If we've got time, we deal with it. If not, it won't be on our plate. This one really doesn't force us to do anything, but it does leave it where we can deal with something if we need to. So I'd ask you to leave it and leave it to the discretion of the co-chairman, myself, whether we do anything with it or not.
Thank you. All right, we're ready for the vote. All those in favor of amending to take priority 3 off the list, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Ooh. Let's see some hands. All those in favor say aye. I got
Aye.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those opposed, nay. 2, 3, 4. It's passed. It's off. Okay. Any further amendments? Senator, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move that we add a priority for looking at them, the Corporations Committee looking at a procedure for stopping unconstitutional federal actions as contemplated in House Bill 256, the Wyoming Sovereignty Act.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Dies for lack of a second. Further amendments? Representative Yin?
Thank you, Mr. President. On priority number 5, I would like to, so I'll move to strike. The committee will also consider local government publication requirements.
Is there a second? Moved. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Representative Yin. Thank you.
So this is a topic that's been hashed out a lot. I'm not sure that it's necessary to spend more time on the interim on this topic.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to restate the motion for, on behalf of Representative, in priority number 5, the second to the last sentence, striking that, also considering local government publication requirements. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, further discussion? Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Probably the ayes have it. Would anybody feel comfortable voting on it where I'm making the call on the ayes and the nays? Okay, all right. Just keeping it clean. All right. Any other amendments? Representative Schwartz. Sir, you got a mic.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On priority number 5, I would like to specifically add cultural districts to the list of special districts.
Cultural districts. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Moved and second, adding cultural districts. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it. Okay. All right, any further amendments?
Mr.
Seeing
Chairman.
none, we're back. Mr. Co-Chair.
And I did just want to mention, we're optimistic that our first redistricting planning meeting can take place during our special session if there is a half a day. And it could be a full, for the full body
Oh, well,
or,
you got
an open
everybody,
invitation, but I think we'll have enough information to do a half day meeting if we have time for like a joint court meeting during special
Good
session to
counsel.
talk.
Wish you all the best with that. I remember redistricting 10 years ago. My goodness, what an interesting experience.
You did get an interesting Senate district out of it, Mr. Chairman.
All right, let's back on the full bill. Let's take a vote. Interim topics for joint corporations, elections, political subdivisions. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion's passed. We want a break. You want to jump right into joint judiciary? We have our chair here. Little stretch. Health break. Okay, 10. Let's go to the top of the hour, 4 o'clock health break. Thank you for your patience, Madam Chair.
So we've done.
It's 57. Not my problem. Yeah, that's what I thought is.
All righty. Management Council, come back to order. Let's take it down the final stretch. We have this heavy lifting committee in front of us right now. Welcome Senator Nethercott and Representative Olson, co-chairs of Judiciary. Folks, where do we start? Which one of you would like to step up and run us through this to begin with?
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Co-Chair. We are pleased to be in front of you on this late afternoon. We promise to be brief. The Joint Judiciary Committee, our newly appointed co-chairman of House, Jared Olson. As most of you know, the Joint Judiciary Committee is comprised of many new members, of which we are excited to welcome to the committee. We feel like we can do high-level work and high-capacity work, and we're pleased to be working for the people of Wyoming. We are only asking for the typical 6 days. Those days have already been identified as known in your memo. And we have identified 7 topics for the committee to work on over this interim. Those topics were selected in consultation with the Joint Committee and then at the direction of your co-chairs. The first one is a review of Wyoming's juvenile justice system. This topic really came and generated out of the House, as you can see from the memo. There is some data that indicates that Wyoming's juvenile incarceration rate is one of the highest in the country. And so we want to evaluate that and understand how that's working for our youth and if that needs to be adjusted or changed. The second is Title 25 review. And this is a continuation of work that the Joint Judiciary did last year. There is already a bill drafted that just really needs some additional refinements. What this bill does is does not touch any of the financing or compensation or expenses associated with Title 25 and really focuses on the judicial aspect of Title 25, which is the legal and constitutional requirements associated with intaking an individual who is suffering from some mental health issues, and then what that process looks like moving through the court system. So really just a review on that piece, and we're working heavily with those county attorneys who are tasked with doing those things. Agency reports, just our typical updates as the Joint Judiciary Committee. And so those typical agencies are the Wyoming Public Defender's Office, the county attorneys, sometimes DFS provides us reports, and of course, the judicial branch itself, which would be the Wyoming Supreme Court. And they are not an agency, but frequently we refer to them that, even though that would be incorrect. But the Wyoming Supreme Court does provide us updates on the court's operations. Of note, the Supreme Court oversees the circuit courts. Another item that shouldn't be confused with agency updates, but is a separate topic, is a review of Wyoming Supreme Court opinions. And that's a topic where we ask LSO to review recently published opinions from the Wyoming Supreme Court where they may have identified legislative changes or ambiguities that might need to be changed in statute. This is kind of a fun topic because it allows kind of we don't know what we're going to get. And so that's exciting. It can cover a diversity of topics. The fourth one I think is really important, and of course you're familiar with and have seen before, but a continued review of how the electronic filing system is working in our state courts or is not. So we're going to continue to keep that as a topic of priority within our court system. The next is a review of non-compete clauses, which is kind of a discrete issue, but we've seen this come up with a couple of separate bill drafts throughout the years, and recognize it's kind of an interesting topic, one that many states have prohibited that practice or have prohibited it under certain circumstances. There's case law surrounding this that the committee could consider to be codified. And so this is happy to answer questions about this topic, and I hope there are some. The sixth is probably mislabeled, and for purposes of clarification for the body, really it's understanding efficiencies in our district court system, recognizing that many of our district courts have been overloaded with work, and some of them are in a position to maybe take additional work, understanding how that process can take place, what that process looks like for a decision for the addition or potentially the relocation of district court judges, and just how that system operates as well with the district court clerks. So really an understanding of how those courts operate and those efficiencies as well. And then seventh is bias crime reporting requirements, understanding how crimes are categorized and how bias crimes are handled in the state of Wyoming, and understanding all the concerns associated with that. And I know that came out of a bill from the House. So the good co-chairman I know can speak extensively to that. With that, we would be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Does your Co-Chair, Jared Olson, would you like to add anything?
Mr. President, the only thing I would add is that although there are 7 topics here, really topics 1 and 2 are, I would consider them our larger topics. That's why they end up at the top of the priority that are going to eat a lot of our time. And as we go down the list, some of these topics, you know, are more like, for example, number 7 is a single issue type topic. Same thing with non-compete clauses. It could be reduced to a pretty simple bill potentially. And then electronic filing, kind of same concept. This could be really what this is there's a Supreme Court committee, and at the end of the day, they're going to bring their work to us and say, here are some statutory changes that we may need to entertain in order to make all of this work. And so I say that because just so you understand or have at least a better understanding of how we're managing our time here with some of these topics that may not eat that much time.
Thank you. I certainly express appreciation for number 2. That has been so ongoing and I hear so much about it. And number 6, thank you. We just visiting with our officials out across the state. It's not getting any better. The courts are crowded and they will continue to be so. Members of the committee, you have questions? Oh, on the screen. Thank you. Who is on the screen? Oh, thought you were pointing the screen.
No, I'm just
Talk to us.
trying to get your attention, Mr. President. Thank you. So, Chairman, so I have 2 questions. One is with the agency reports and some agency reports, does that include follow-up on the justice reinvestment? I mean, you've been through a multi-year process with that. Does that include some of that? Because it's obviously the juvenile thing is a little different category. So first, that would be my first question. The second one is on priority number 4, electronic filing update. And good chairman from House mentioned the court has a committee, and we have a House member that serves on that. You probably do too. So my question there is, and this is actually to be thinking about in context of the federal funds, is it money that we need to make this thing happen? Or is it process, or is it both? Because we may have a unique opportunity with the judicial branch to help advance this if we understand there's something we could do to help them with some of these federal funds. With electronic filing, we can make a lot of case for it, doing things with that. So anyway, so 2 questions. 1, justice reinvestment, where does it fit in your previous work? And then the electronic filing, should we be looking at some way to help the court system with that with federal funds? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Co-chairs.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Criminal justice reinvestment was the joint work with the Council of State Governments. That work has been done. The Joint Judiciary Committee handed the rest of that work off to the Joint Labor Committee a couple years ago, dealing with because we handled and made all of the recommended changes from the reassessment in our penal system. I think it's probably too soon for us to evaluate those outcomes, recognizing that many of those sentencing provisions were still in the middle of those to see how that may work. The second piece, I would say that's a similar conversation that we're doing with the juvenile justice system, similar to what we did with our adult penal system. So those are comparatively there. Addressing the question about electronic filing, it is both money and process. And so certainly I think the court would welcome the opportunity to receive some of those federal funds associated with modernizing the ability to electronically access the courts. And those conversations should occur and should continue. One of the challenges maybe that has been identified about that is the Supreme Court's ability to effectuate that within our district courts as a result of an inability there is no chain of command there, which has interfered, I think, with the process. So the Supreme Court, I think, would be, they could, or they might be challenged in asking for money for the district courts, because that's a whole separate agency, and the district court may not desire that particular piece of equipment, but certainly a conversation to continue.
Mr. Chairman, I did want to add to the speaker's question on agency reports. You know, I do think we will receive a report from CSG actually, because they indicated to me that they would conclude all of the contract work by April. And so what they were doing over the last few months is trying to, and the the co-chairman is probably right. It's probably too soon to evaluate. But what they were doing over the last several months is trying to review the actions that the joint judiciary took and the outcomes. So that will be a report we will receive. You know, whether we're able to act on it or not, I don't know. That's why we didn't create a separate topic for it. But on the court filing, just it is more narrow, because what this really is again, the Supreme Court brought this specifically to us. So we're not opening this up to the entire electronic filing hard look. This is really, there's some redaction changes that will be statutory, that will require action that the committee itself can't take. But if we do have a June meeting scheduled ahead of the July special session, so you know, if that's a reality that ARPA funds are part of the reality of moving that project forward, I think that would be an opportunity for us to discuss in June.
Thank you. Do you have any further follow-up? Representative Conley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's really just a comment with looking at priorities 1 and priorities 2 that I see overlap with the Labor Health Committee. Labor Health is taking a good look at safety net systems in general. And I think any issue of juvenile justice begins to involve DFS. And so those two go together. The Title 25 review, Labor Health is taking a look at mental health and substance abuse in communities. Again, that goes right in with your Title 25 wanting to reduce expenditures for detention and hospitalization. So I would hope the two committees could work together.
Thank you.
Mr.
Any
Chairman,
comment?
yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Connolly, you're spot on there. The Joint Judiciary has worked closely with Health and Labor in the past and recognize those kind of different roles. That is part of the reason why the CSG work was handed off to Health and Labor. We dealt with kind of the crime and courts on the front end of some of those offenders, and they worked on a lot of the resources available either for alternative sentencing options and understanding what those substance abuse treatment options were available, recognizing those two levels of experience on both committees. And so that's why that work passed off to them. Similar with Title 25, we both took it up simultaneously, and they dealt with the resource and treatment focus, and we are focusing on the court process focus, making sure that we're working together simultaneously. So Joint Health and Labor actually passed a pretty extensive bill associated with that this past session for their work. And we had Senate File 31 come forward. So we are pretty close to having a final product come out, and just the county attorneys are kind of finessing that a little bit more.
Okay, further questions for the co-chairs of Judiciary? Person Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So being on Judiciary the last 2 years, I mean, priority number 4, my recollection is that it is a lot more than is being said here. And I see Chairman Nethercott shaking her head. Remember, just reminding the committee, and we had testimony from a committee, sort of an ad hoc committee that's been created about all the statutory adjustments that are needed to get electronic filing going in terms of what's going to be redacted, what's not. It's a totally different situation now, and each one needs to be debated because actually it's a policy choice to the point where they actually were potentially requesting a whole new statutory task force or working group. And I think this is the better way to go, to have it in this committee, but I actually think it's a potentially very long discussion, potentially maybe 3 to 4 hours in maybe even every single meeting, plus a task force. I mean, if it's really going to be done to where the legislature's touching this and it's not just the task force, I know this ad hoc group is going to have recommendations, but I think we need to be touching each one with the elected role that will be in the statutory language, because have the elected role interaction there rather than just taking the recommendations of the ad hoc committee that was created through the court system. So would you agree?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, you're spot on, actually. And one of the things that the legislature did, other than just simply adding it to this interim topic, is both chambers appointed liaisons to that, what you called it a task force, but to that Supreme Court committee, so that we can have some input. as of now. And, Speaker Barlow intentionally made sure that that member was also a member of our judiciary, House Judiciary. So we're trying to tie that in so that when the conversation finally comes to us as a whole, there's definitely a nexus there that we can continue.
Another kind, any follow-up there? Good.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think to Representative Gray's concerns, I think that we are years and years away from actually having any pragmatic concern about what would be electronically filed. So there's that. And then secondly, you're correct about those concerns about what should be redacted. And those conversations have been ongoing. Fortunately, Wyoming is a bit behind on this topic. And so there's a lot of other leadership in other states about appropriate documents associated with confidentiality and redaction that the state can look to for good guidance and best practices for that. What the court is planning on providing to us is simple technical changes, recognizing that the statutes are currently written for a format of paper filing, and they're simply going to bring forth some changes associated with semantics about it not being paper, but an electronic filing. And what we will not be seeing, at least to my understanding, is any of those concepts associated with the confidentiality or redaction issues at this point. I think the goal is right now that there might be some pilots up maybe by the end of the year, maybe, to kind of just test how they run. But if not, I think we're looking maybe at another 3 to 5.
Okay, for follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate that this thing it seems to just keep getting moved back. Do you think maybe we just get it done this biennium and handle the issue and the statute in light of it being put online rather than just like almost encouraging this constant delay? I mean, it was a source of, I think, frustration. Certainly a source of frustration for me. I don't want to speak for you. I think it was across the board on the last interim. Do you disagree with that? I mean, I think I heard some comments that maybe this is a light load, but I think number 4, maybe we get it done, make those policy choices, do it through the committee rather than a task force, and make clear that statutorily everything is completed to get this done rather than saying that it's not, which is another sort of reason added to the list of why it's not completed, maybe when the Supreme Court presents it.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, it's the experience of this co-chair that the Supreme Court, we are blessed oftentimes with the experience of kind of joint employment from LSO to the court with Ms. Sharp, who would present the bills to us pre-drafted. And that is what I anticipate this year. I think there were challenges associated with LSO staff being able to review page by page the statutory sections that would need those technical changes. But I believe that work is coming to fruition by someone other than our own resource. And I think that will be helpful. So I do believe it should be a fairly easy lift on that front. Again, that particular bill draft, I don't think we'll be dealing with the concerns you have identified. So I want to make sure that there's an understanding of, there's essentially 3 separate conversations occurring here. One is about the ability to, I think the legislative requirement to continue to monitor the appropriation of funds associated with the effective implementation of an e-filing system. 1, which the Joint Appropriations Committee previously reviewed and the Joint Judiciary Committee also reviews. Seems how that's been a 25-year process. Secondly, what changes we need to make statutorily in recognition of that change. Third, what rules that lawyers need to abide by to ensure that those electronic documents are treated differently, recognizing the distinguishing factor of them being electronic.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is number 2 going to get done on this list or not?
Number 2?
Go ahead.
Yeah, on your list of 3 things. Because I think this says you're going to get number 2 done, which I really want it to be done.
List of 3.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
are you referring to Title 25, Representative Gray?
No, I'm referring to your list of 3 things
Oh.
related to electronic filing.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chairman, my understanding is the court is going to present us with the work and we'll just have to adopt it,
Okay.
similar to what you experienced on the Joint Judiciary Committee.
All right, folks, we got a solid list of recommendations here. Any further discussion? All right, any further comments from the floor or from the internet? All right. This is good solid workload. A lot of thoughts gone into this. Appreciate it. What's committee's pleasure? Yes.
Move the Joint Judiciary Committee list of interim topics.
Second? Yeah, okay. Moved and seconded. Any amendments? Any amendments? There being none. All those in favor of the 2021 interim topics for joint judiciary? List 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A lot of work. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. One aye, one nay. Move forward with, move
Probate.
forward with,
Probate? Probate? Is there an emotion?
We forgot to mention, we want to review the entire probate code and rewrite.
Deal was you can take marijuana, you can have probate.
discussion.
Those are that's one topic combined.
The discussion is over. We're moving forward. Thank you.
Intestacy of marijuana.
Thank you. You've got a good workload. Go get him. Blockchain. Next up for our consideration, blockchain, and we've got, of course, we've got let me get to it here. Got it all. You want to move over, Chris, or you want to take it right there?
Mr. Chairman, we'll let Co-Chairman Olson and Senator Nethercott.
You're in the right
take the lead
place.
on it since they're sitting there.
Senator Rothfuss will help you, and Representative Olson, Senator Nethercott, please continue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is your statutory committee on blockchain, financial technology, and digital innovation. Going to work a little backwards because I just want to explain I think I've explained the budget first. So we're statutorily directed to review matters regarding those topics, blockchain, financial technology, and digital innovation. We were funded through the budget through June 2022. We have a remaining balance that we fall just $2,200 short of 3 two-day meetings. So we typically have in the past, we've had these 3 two-day meetings. One that we have to kick it off in Jackson, where we are able to see and hear from people from all over the world. That's really one of our larger meetings. The Laramie meeting in September coincides with the Stampede, so that we usually kick off that week or so long event at the university for the hackathon. And then November when we wrap it all up. So that would actually bring our, when we were created statutorily just about 2 years ago, this is the goal, to bring at least that chunk of the work to a close. So we've put on our agenda enough to get us through through the close of those meetings. Digital identity, topic number 1, that's a continuation of legislation that you saw this session, setting the groundwork for definitionally what we want to do with digital identity. Non-fungible tokens is something that we've entertained over the years, but haven't really had the time because of other larger lifts to really devote our energy to that. Number 3, the DAOs, that was enacted into law, Senate File 38. And the goal here now is to take the legislation that we have, continue to work with industry to make any necessary changes, and hopefully see the creation of some of these new LLCs in the DAO form, hopefully over that interim period, actually. Topic number 4 is just I guess, our agency report, if you will, Mr. Chairman, from the University of Wyoming. Probably one of the bigger sections here that we'll hear on is the staking nodes that was in the budget, and number 5, insurance. That is a topic as well that has come up, but it's a larger topic. And so the ability that the time that we now have to devote to it. And then topic number 6, you have seen. Now, this would be the 3rd time that you would see it in the Wyoming Legislature corporate filing system. That's the API system with the Secretary of State's office. And that's our list, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Madam Co-Chair, do you have anything to add to that? Almost Co-Chair.
Mr. President, no, as you know, this committee is a pretty exciting committee and a lot of great work comes out of it. So these subjects are pretty limited, but as you know, we hear a variety of wonderful ideas from subject matter experts from across the globe. So I look forward to having the flexibility to review those ideas as well.
We might interject a little bit from Senator Rothfuss. You're bringing in some big names.
Mr. Chairman, we were just discussing the fact that there was actually a lot of disappointment last year that we didn't have our in-person in Jackson, because it is something where we end up with folks flying from all over the world to Jackson. The airport service there is incredible. And so there's enthusiasm to get back to the point where we have in person to do the work. It's where we get a lot of our ideas, and it's certainly where we get a lot of the support. And it also serves really as a kind of an advertisement for come do business in Wyoming. So it's a useful event for our work. And then the blockchain stampede, as Co-Chairman Olson mentioned, in Laramie is another one where people fly in for that. And we get a lot of good participation there. So part of the emphasis here is really the diversification and trying to bring people in and get people involved, not just from within the state where we get tremendous support, but outside the state and outside the country as well. As I think most of the people that have been working with us on this for years know that we have partners from all over the planet, and they've provided a lot of support. And I know you've seen that firsthand over the last few years.
Yeah. Let's Google a little bit of that. And I've shared this story with you before. I've been watching blockchain, and we'll have the presenters come up and I'll Google their name, and it's just a whole list of books. And I just go, wow, how did we? And it's because these people bring them in. Thank you. Thank you, senators and representative. Okay. Anything else? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So number 6 talks about the status of implementation of a distributed ledger. Seems like I thought we hadn't passed a bill that did those things. And so and just to be clear, the Secretary of State's reached out and said, look, there is no status report. We're still looking for the authorization and the implementation, or the authorization to implement. So I guess my question is, does that need to be massaged, or do we just strike it and you keep working with the Secretary of State's office to bring something forth? So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This has been a little bit of a frustration and a challenge for us over the past few years, because we did have, it was House Bill 70, I think, 3 or 4 years ago. That was the first implementation of trying to upgrade this corporate filing system project. The challenge is kind of something that we alluded to earlier in the day, which is that nobody has any internal resources to do any of their own programming at this point. So anything, if you want to change one column, and we literally wanted to change one column 3 years ago on series LLCs, and you get back $1 million price tag. You just can't do it. A year of work, an RFP, and $1 million price tag to add a column. This is integral to a lot of what is desired by industry, and it brings together the digital identity concepts, the decentralized autonomous organization concepts, the digital asset work that we've been doing, and even tying into Speedy Banks to have a corporate filing system that is modernized with respect to blockchain. And I understand that the Secretary of State and the Secretary of State's office have been frustrated that they don't have the resources to do it. This year, I've spent time along with the co-chairman and members of our select committee trying to gather a coalition of the willing, folks that are just interested in seeing this happen, and trying to implement it through a partnership with the university. And that's the best possible case, I think, moving forward, because it wouldn't take additional resources. We have heard from industry stakeholders that they see this as so valuable that they would be willing to contribute their time, resources, and money. And I think that we could get it done, quite honestly, for next to nothing, if not nothing, as long as there was the possibility of, if we do create a high-end product, you can imagine transaction fees like we pay right now to merchant services. If there's a transaction fee associated with the high-end system, that having some of that stake go back to the developers, that's kind of the best path forward right now. So while I do understand the frustration of the Secretary of State's office, and he has worked with us, come together with us to talk about this each year, I think he's a little weary that we haven't gotten funds together to move this forward. But I think the reality is this year, the traditional process that we have right now of put together an RFP, spend $1 million and do an update really wouldn't be very sustainable anyway. I don't think it's the best course. It would just mean 3 years from now, we have to come back, ask again for $1 million, put together an RFP and do it again. That's not an approach that is future-proof. In discussions that we've had really since we last spent time with the Secretary of State's office, but have worked with university and stakeholders, I think we can do a lot better. So that's really what we're looking for with topic number 6, is not to beat the old dead horse, but maybe to find a new one. A new dead horse. We'll try a different path. So it is essential, and hopefully we'll get good cooperation from the Secretary of State on this alternative pathway.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, you got a comment?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So still, it's a pretty short report then if it says status none. So this is actually just asking for a status update. And if there is nothing going forward, then the committee apparently has a lot more work to do to get something so that the Secretary of State does have something to work with. Is that what I'm understanding from the comments? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, there was previous legislation regarding status where there was an ask that they move forward, and it was a may. So yes, that status report probably will be short based on the fact that their may has turned into a not without money. But the second half of this topic, which really looks to consider whether additional legislation or appropriations are necessary, is really where we need to tie in. And if we wanted to tack on a little bit more language or something just for clarity that indicates we're working on this project and trying to advance it, I think we'd certainly be amenable to that. But again, through this legislation, we have pretty broad discretion with regard to focusing on topics that enable this system anyway. So we can do that. We can make that amendment to broaden it if you'd like, Speaker.
Any other questions? Let me just divert for just a moment to Representative Yen. You've been a part of this, working hard. Anything you'd like to add to it, sir?
No, I think I think the other 3 members of the select committee that are here covered it pretty well. And I do think that the API portion with the Secretary of State is actually very important. You know, if we need to change the topical language a little bit, I think that makes sense. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate your work on this. Appreciate all of your work, folks. You moved Wyoming into some brand new territory. You got the attention of the world. All right. Any comments from the floor? Any comments from the internet? Committee, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move for adoption of the Select Committee on Blockchain, Financial Technology, and Digital Innovation Technology interim funding.
Thank you.
And topics for the interim.
Thank you. Second, there's a motion and a second. What discussion? There's a second discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there was a note in the end of or beginning of the discussion and the end of about a shortfall in the committee's funding, set aside funding. So I want to know if that motion included the $2,200 for the funding. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Mr. Chairman, if Management Council wants to deal with that today, then by all means we can, but I'd be happy to just wait and see what the budget looks like as we get to the 3rd meeting and then do the calculation and see whether we need it for this year or not. I don't think that'll be a problem.
Agreed. Any other discussion, amendments? Motion on the floor. All those in favor of the blockchain, financial technology, and digital innovation technology. Oh, do we have one? Oh, Senator Grew. Thank you. Oh. All those in favor of the 6 topics for blockchain, vote aye. Vote yes. Those, I wasn't encouraging you to vote aye. Those saying aye. It's getting late. Those opposed, nay. It's passed. Thank you, everybody. Good presentation. Thank you. All right, that's it for that part of it.
We're at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, by golly. Thank you, folks. Anything else you needed? Yes. I thought you were going to bring else something else like judiciary. By the way, we do this.
Oh, you want to go back to probate and marijuana?
Thank you. All right. Director Albrecht. Resume approval of 2021 interim committee topics, but we also we have the organization of emails. Where would you like to take us first?
Mr. Chairman, let's go to the discussion on reappointment of select committees.
Okay, everybody got that? Number 8 on your list. Director Albrecht.
Mr. Chairman, these are the select committees that Management Council had created last year. And we just need to know from council what the desire is to continue with these committees or stop them for the next interim, or for this interim.
Okay, members of the Management Committee, we got Wyoming Tomorrow Task Force, Select Committee on Coal Mineral Bankruptcies, Select Committee on Community College Funding, Broadband Task Force, Joint Subcommittee on Mental Health and Substance Abuse. Those 5 to consider. Director Albrecht, we take these one at a time and just ask for a vote on continuing and discussion?
Yep, vote and discussion. I think in public comment, if anyone is out there that wants to make it.
All right, everybody understand where we're going then? Wyoming's Tomorrow Task Force. Background on that, it has not passed in the legislature. It was attached on to a bill in the Senate at the end, and it actually both topics went down, weren't considered. Let's have some discussion on that. Wyoming's Tomorrow Task Force. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I'll note, I think there's a little bit of confusion. It technically passed each chamber, it just passed each chamber differently. In one chamber, it passed as a budget amendment. The other chamber, it passed as a bill. And the budget amendment referred to the bill, and then the bill went down, and then the budget amendment was vetoed or something along those lines. It was pretty complicated.
Because it wasn't, the bill wasn't
Yeah,
there.
something along those lines. But regarding the Wyoming Tomorrow Task Force, there was good work in the last couple of years. There was at least 3 pieces of legislation that came out of that. We had one of them that came through this year. There was actually a desire, but COVID was unwilling to have each of those bills then run through the education select committee, or excuse me, the Joint Education Committee. One of them looked at the Hathaway and structure with regard to the Hathaway. The other was this Wyoming Tomorrow Promise Scholarship that we did see through the legislative session this year, but there really wasn't funding allowance. It passed one chamber and struggled in the other due to funding. And then the third had to do with online education and a new program there. I think those were the 3, and I'd look to Minority Leader Connolly to see if I'm missing anything there. Really, it was a good task force. I think it did a lot of good work. The objective and mission of it is to try and find ways to a large degree, bridge some of our higher education gap that we have, and looking at the report of our higher education attainment. Is it a select task force? I think is what that was, and address some of those needs. So again, I think it's up to the committee whether or not we want to continue it, but it did useful work. I think it would be certainly useful and worthy to continue those objectives. At the same time, a lot of that is incorporated into the Joint Education Committees. I want to say 3rd, if I'm not mistaken, interim topic. So a lot of that will get done, and we could probably adopt much of the work that was done from this previous Wyoming's Tomorrow Task Force through that. So I don't know that it's entirely necessary unless for some reason the JEC felt like they didn't have enough time. So there's a quick background on where we're at, and I'd ask Minority Leader Connolly to see if I missed anything.
Representative Conley.
Chairman, nothing to add, but I do see that Representative Summers also has his hand up and he was part of the task force.
Representative Summers, there you are. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, and maybe it could be a modification to JEC, but I remember that there was specifically an amendment brought in to talk about workforce development and workforce development education. And I think there's three topics. There was the learn to earn, earn to learn, learn to earn, Wyoming Works, and Wyoming's Tomorrow. And I would like to specifically suggest that we name them and just put them in as part of the Education Committee's topics. They've been worked, most of those have been worked. I think we just, as a committee, that committee needs to coalesce on what they think is the most appropriate way to bring that forward. I don't think we need a separate task force, but I would like to see it named as that collective group of bills, kind of named as part of the interim topic.
Go ahead, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Matt, didn't we actually amend that into the Revenue Committee and specifically name those three bill types, topics?
Into the Education
Into
Committee.
the Education Committee?
Yeah, you did, more or less. That was exactly what the motion was to consider those three, the Wyoming Works, Wyoming's Tomorrow, and the Earn While You Learn program.
Thank you.
I think that motion was made and approved.
Thank you.
Further follow-up? All right.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd move to discontinue Wyoming's Tomorrow Task Force.
Is there a second? Go ahead. It's moved in second at discussion.
Not that we have to follow this, but I don't know that we have to move to discontinue them. I think the motion would probably be a positive action to continue them, and I think they just probably fade away into the
Director
past
Albrecht?
without a motion.
Is that correct?
Yep, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman, that's
withdraw
correct.
the motion.
Withdrawn.
Second withdrawn. Okay. All right. Select Committee on Coal Mineral Bankruptcies. That was your world. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess on this one, I think principally the two main interests that came out of those discussions and the challenges we had in certainly Northeast Wyoming were accomplished. One was the part-time unemployment, or I'm not getting the name correctly, but which came to fruition in the previous session. And the other issue, which I think we finally got cleaned up, was the ad valorem issue. I'm not saying all of them are perfect, but those were the two primary things that came up. There were other topics, but those are the ones that kind of went the furthest. And I think, in my view, while there's still challenges in coal country, there's still challenges for a variety of different reasons. What we learned out of those bankruptcy issues, I think most of that has been addressed the best we can at this point, the best we can understand. So personally, while I was a part of that, was a co-chair with Senator Perkins, I think that committee, anything that needs to be done in that committee, we've got expertise on other committees now because of that work, and we can discontinue that committee. So, or not reapprove that committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Agreed. Mr. Speaker, though, I'd compliment you on all your work you did with that. Representative Stiff, we got public comments. Let's make sure there's anything else table in the committee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will just note that, and I served on it. I think we did a lot of excellent things on that committee. Appreciated everybody's hard work. One area we worked on that I don't think we quite got there was protection of the displaced workers that were employed by these entities that are going bankrupt and providing for either something afterwards through worker retraining, something along those lines, some type of protection, or protection for things like, all right, now I've got a discontinuity of health insurance. How's that going to get paid for? Or we had some challenges, obviously, with back pay. We sort of addressed the back pay problem a little bit, but maybe not as well as we could. So that's the area that I don't think we did as much as we probably needed to do. And I don't know what standing committee is really addressing that. I don't know that any standing committee is really addressing that. So that would be the challenge where there could be some value added here, although that might not justify independently the select committee coming back. Maybe it's something we could task someone else with. But I think it's important that we make sure that our employees of these companies are treated well.
I
through
agree.
bankruptcy.
I agree. It's a good point, but I don't know. I'm with you. I don't think we have to keep the committee going for that. It may be something under labor and health. Yeah, let's not forget those folks with their jobs. In the meantime, though, I hear the sense that we withdraw the committee, but I just need to make sure there's anybody on the floor first. Now we'll go up to Representative Summers, and then I'm assuming Representative Stiff, you're on this too. So let's start with you, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And, I think everybody, reads the news or watches the news, and the infrastructure bill that's being proposed, there's talk about, money for impacted coal communities. And so I don't think we need to keep it now, but if some of that comes to fruition, I could see where you'll need to stand up a committee like this to take a look at, what would be a different pot of federal dollars, but more focused on, on those coal communities. So if that happens, I hope we do, provide a conduit to help those folks.
Representative Summers, you've heard then that in that designated federal money that there is something specific to coal communities?
So, Mr. Chairman, in the infrastructure bill, what I read, what's being proposed, yeah, there is something in there for coal communities. And so I'm not sure exactly how it's structured in there. I just read a tidbit on it. So I think if something does move forward, then we have the ability in Management Council to generate a committee at that time, whenever that would happen. But
Agreed. Good point. Thank you. Representative Stiff?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. No, I would echo the comments of the Speaker and House Majority Floor Leader. I think the Select Committee on Coal and Mineral-Related Bankruptcies achieved its basic purposes of trying to, make sure that when there were coal-related bankruptcies, that the state did not lose out on ad valorem taxes. And I think there were some tweaks that were made to ensure that employees at least got their proofs of claim filed, and that the Department of Workforce Services could coordinate with them. The issue of worker retraining and the whole transition potentially, that's a big issue, but I think that might be better left for the moment, at least, to either the Minerals Committee or the Labor Health Committee. So although I'm honored to be the sort of putative chairman of this select committee that doesn't have much to do, I'm in favor of letting it go.
Okay, and thank you for your work on it as well. Thank you for joining us today to follow that up. Okay, then we'll move that as a motion then to no motion, just goes away. Just into the motion mood here. Okay, let's move forward then. Select Committee on Community College Funding. Go ahead. You need a mic. Make your motion again and
Yeah,
let's get
Mr.
a second,
Chairman, I
and
would
then we'll
move that we
discuss it.
extend the Select Committee for Community College Funding for one more year. When this was originally approved last year, it was approved by that Management Council as a 2-year study topic. We've got a lot of work to do here yet with that committee, so I think that this is a topic that we need to continue to extend.
Second. It's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Mr. Speaker, you're holding your hand. Okay, Representative Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be voting no on this. I think this is a education topic, and I think it's appropriate there. And it's part of when I ran for this in the Republican caucus, I think that's one of the things we talked about was moving these kind of things into the standing committees. So that's my position on it, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone on the screen? No. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Senator Rothfuss.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going back and trying to find the language we definitely have on education, the community college. I don't know if we had anything about funding though, specifically. And the other thing I don't know off the top of my head is who the members are, whether those members will be will be continued, but it would be good to make sure that we've got a strong link between what education is up to and what this select committee is up to. And honestly, I didn't really have any awareness of what the select committee was doing previously. So I'm not sure whether it was being fed over to education committee or not, but I know in the last interim, there didn't seem to be any ties. So I'd ask that question of how that worked in the past. Maybe I missed it.
Thank you. Speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to support the motion to continue it, but I think that it's imperative that the work be advanced to the education committee so that, because this select committee does not have the ability to sponsor bills. So that it needs to go to a standing committee at some point. And I would say that if we're going to do it for this interim, a year was the term in the motion, but I would say this interim, then the goal of the committee should be to have, if they have bill drafts, to have it to the Joint Education Committee so that the Joint Education Committee can act on it as a committee bill for the upcoming budget session. So that would be, I guess, my understanding hopefully my understanding what the motion would entail is this would have to go to another standing committee so it could be acted on. So thank
Okay,
you,
do
Mr.
we
Chairman.
want to amend that motion? And let me counsel with Director Obrecht. We've got a motion say extending the committee. We need to put it into a piece of legislation saying it's a bill and that's what we're doing, but we can't do that, right?
Mr. Chairman, you can't do that. That's right. Yeah.
I thought we'd do anything.
Yeah.
We'd reconstitute it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you can reconstitute the Community College Funding Commission. It's not an issue. But yeah.
So let's,
Mr. Chairman,
okay, go ahead.
while we got Director Obrecht on here, I think he can answer. He sent me an email. I asked this very question that Senator Rothfuss, and there's already been appointments made by both the speaker and president. Do you have that? I'm trying to find that email where you showed those members. And specifically to Senator Rothfuss' question, is it referenced in the educations that they would accept any reports from the Community College Funding Task Force to the Joint Education Committee if there was any recommendations? So that language is in there to accept any reports. I think that's the extent of the language in the JEC priority 5. So
Nonetheless, we have a motion on the floor.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So what we did earlier with mental health, I want to say, was there was sort of a partnership between the Appropriations Committee and the Labor Health Committee on that one, and just an acknowledgement that there'd be sort of a cooperative effort. Would it make more sense than having this select committee to just have JEC and, if it is mostly just otherwise JAC members or something, to get that working group together between the two committees? To me, it seems like a better way if we're sponsoring legislation through the Education Committee. I feel like we'd get better reporting to the Education Committee and probably good cooperation between JAC and JEC on that.
So our motion really doesn't do that now. So we
Right.
need to drop back and
Yeah.
cancel that and redirect our next motion with some direction on to that regard. What do you think? Senator Hicks, you launched it.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, before we go there, I'm still trying to find your email, Matt.
24th.
So, Mr. Chairman, here's the appointments that were made to the Select Committee on Community College Funding. Wasserberger Chairman, Hicks, Kinski, Koss, Landon, Greer Chairman, Banks, Henderson, Nicholas, Paxton.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to answer part of Senator Rothfuss' question, I think originally there was some Appropriations Committee members and some JAC members on there, but because this committee has already worked for 1 year, I would hate to lose that institutional knowledge that's already on the work that was done.
Right, correct. So we want to keep that all in place, but do we need to redirect your motion, reconfigure it?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman.
Withdraw? You withdraw your first one?
I withdraw that motion.
Second is friendly, I'm assuming whoever it was. Okay. The motion has been withdrawn and second. Do you want to give us a fresh start here?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move we reconstitute the Select Committee on Community College Funding.
Okay, you've heard the motion.
For
Is
this
there-
interim.
For this interim. Is there a second? There's a second. Any further discussion? Yeah. That friendly with current appointments as noted and published. Okay. No further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
real quick, normally I would concur with the Representative Gray that this should have been done through but given that this has already been 1 year through working through this issue, I'm going to go ahead and support this motion. But as we move forward, I do suggest that we move as many of these to the standing committees as possible. So
Agreed.
thank you, Mr. President.
Representative Gray, do you want to follow up? Okay, thank you. All right, motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay.
No,
Ayes have it.
I think we need a hand vote.
All right, let's get an ayes, hands up for the ayes. Okay, those opposed, nay. 5-5 died. I don't know, there's a plan B here. Keep going, all right. Okay, Broadband Task Force, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I would like to see this task force continue one more year and hold, I'd like to hold two virtual meetings. And some of the topics really that I want to do are just follow up. And basically, we passed a bill I can't remember, it was Senate File 15 or 14. I don't remember the exact number. It came out of, but it came out of the Broadband Task Force and it looked at permitting. So I'd like to, sometime in the summer, get an update on local government permitting. How is that going for providers? Same thing with the state, with YDOT on permitting. How are we doing there about getting projects across our ground? And in other words, what are our state barriers and where are we at? Barriers. What state barriers exist? And how are we doing a better job? And then just try to get an update on and be involved in the Connect Wyoming program and get an update where we're at and where we're going. And obviously we, Mr. Chairman, you and I co-sponsored a bill that was one of the task force bills that was Senate File 76. And I want to get an update once the rules and regs get put in place at Wyoming Business Council and find out where they're at. So most of it, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of meetings of follow up. And then if something does pop up, maybe we get a bill, try to get it to court. But I think a lot of the lift we did last year, frankly, the House bill, I think it was 197 on federal funding that went through. That was also a bill that kind of came out of the Broadband Task Force. So I would certainly like to see us go just one more interim, just to follow things.
Thank you, Representative. Wisdom to have it in place should something come up that we need to resolve with broadband. Okay. Any further comments or questions for Representative Summers?
So, Mr. Chairman, I would move that. Broadband Task Force be allowed to continue for one interim with 2 virtual meetings.
Do we have a second? Guru, second. Oh, 2 of them up there. We'll take either one. We'll take them both. All right, there we go. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to be clear, I am voting no on this. I think we've got 2 vehicles for this one through corporations and also through appropriations. And I think it's pretty clear, and especially on the appropriations end, that they have the authority to do this. And I just, it's in line with what I believe that we should be moving away from these and moving them into the standing committees, the process we just did. And so I'm gonna be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion from the committee? Any further discussion? All right, we have motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Ayes, hands up. 7, 8. Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. I missed one on the screen. Appreciate your double count. Okay. Joint Subcommittee on Mental Health and Substance Abuse. Who can handle that for us?
So, Mr. Chairman, I think you had
Kind of
discussions on
already.
this previously with Chairman Wilson and also Representative Larson. But my understanding is to reconstitute this subcommittee, but with 4 members rather than 8. The one additional point that I want to bring up is what we've got under agenda item 9, per diem and mileage requests related to House Bill 38. That's a little cryptic, but what that is that was the House bill that dealt with community health services. And Franz Fuchs, the Department of Health, contacted me and asked if we could provide mileage and per diem for members of this joint subcommittee to attend working group meetings associated with House Bill 38 during the interim. My guess is if we included another $2,000 to $3,000 appropriation within that, it would cover those expenses for members of the subcommittee to attend those working groups.
So at this point, though, we can't appropriate that. So what, which,
Oh yeah, you can appropriate that money. You bet. Yeah.
nobody has big bucks anymore. Go ahead, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm a little bit confused. So are you saying that the reason that's on the list, the joint subcommittee, is not to reconstitute that, but rather related to the per diem and mileage request from the next one?
It's both.
Okay.
It's both. Needs reconstituted. If you reconstitute it, consider that request from Department of Health for per diem and mileage for the members of that joint subcommittee to attend these working group meetings.
Groups. Give us that estimate again on how much.
Mr. Chairman, I think, it's just going to be 4 members this year. And my understanding from Franz is maybe up to 8 meetings. So $2,000 to $3,000 for per diem and mileage.
Just leave it at 3,000 for now, just to make
Right.
sure. Okay.
In addition to whatever their salary, mileage, and per diem for the actual joint subcommittee meetings as well, which we'll work out with Kathy.
Do I have a motion to that extent? A motion for the,
So, Mr. Chairman, I think the motion would be to appoint a subcommittee, not a joint subcommittee anymore, because that was actually between 2 committees. So to appoint a subcommittee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. Probably if we use the right terminology, what I heard Chairman Wilson say is this isn't a subcommittee of actually any committee. It would actually be a select committee to report to labor, because she mentioned Senator Schuler being on it. And of course, that appointment authority would reside with you, but it's not truly a subcommittee. And certainly you're right, not a joint subcommittee at all anymore.
okay, so for the record, what are we officially calling this?
I would call it a select committee
On,
on mental health and substance abuse.
and we have,
Made
your
made
official
up
name.
of 4 members, as of 2 appointed by the president, 2 appointed by the speaker.
All right, you have an official
So
name.
so I'd move to appoint, to constitute a select committee on mental health and substance abuse that will also interact with the Health Department Task Force on House Bill 38, whatever the House Enrolled Act is, of 4 members, 2 from each body.
Yep. And then I think to report,
Budget of
and
$3,000, up to $3,000 to participate.
I
Correct.
think maybe include in that motion to report any legislation they believe necessary or their findings to the Joint Labor and Health and Social Services Interim Committee.
Okay, I'll
Friendly.
add that friendly
Okay.
from someone that's not on the committee.
Second, we'll take it. Second, you're the second? Or you want to talk? We're gonna need a second for you
I'll
to talk.
second, and then I'd like to talk.
Now talk.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to see if it would be a friendly amendment to up it to 3 members from each chamber for 6. And in all honesty, because it was not a uniform consensus kind of agreement, at least on our side. We debated that bill for a long time. There was a lot of concern about priority populations, tiers as we go forward. I think there needs to be more discussion, and that you need to have on each of those appointments people who were thoughtfully critical about that process as we go forward.
Yeah, Representative, I understand what you're saying, but as I recall, the Chairman Wilson's testimony was to keep it small. But Mr. Speaker, you're going to jump on there.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know who, I think actually you seconded, so if I say it's friendly, then you're going to agree with that. It's friendly enough, but you're going to get appointed to it.
So at this point, we're not extending the additional people. We're not doing the additional people and represent.
I recognize, I'm glad to go to 6 members. I will consider it friendly. But the point being is the minority floor leader is now going to be
Just
appointed
as a
to
new
it.
appointment. I'll be opposed to it with the additional members, but go ahead.
And Mr. President, I'll support it with the additional members because I had the same concerns that I want to make sure that we do get a diversity of voices. I think that just took care of it. That satisfies me. I was actually just going to suggest going to 5, to be honest with you. I don't think this needs to be all that contentious so that you have to have parity between the 2 chambers. And maybe 5 is a solution, but the motion as it stands is 6. And I think it's a good way to get around it. The other concern I had is that it seems to some degree to be a little bit unilaterally cut down. And I'll just note that Senator Guru was on the original larger task force and was just once again trimmed.
He's going to be on there.
It happens a lot. I don't think he was listed on the group of 2, which I believe was just seen. So maybe we can de-trim him.
It was him and Sheila.
Well, let's do this. If there's no further discussion, let's see where we stand with that, with the additional people. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so we got 3 from the House, 3 from the Senate. How many from Health, Labor? How many from Appropriations? Just so I understand the motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Speaker.
So Mr. Chairman, the currently way would be, is there'd be 2 from Labor Health and from the House side with the addition, if the addition would be Representative Conley, and 1 from Appropriations and Representative Larson. Because these committees were basically already, kind of constituted already in my mind anyway. So 2 from Labor and 1 from Appropriations on the House side. I can't speak to the Senate side.
Okay.
Okay,
So
do you have a,
yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a comment. Are we voting on are we voting on the amendment to the amendment, or is this being rolled into one?
friendly amendment, so it's all one, so.
Okay.
Would you be comfortable having a recap? Are you ready to vote?
Well, I'd like to make a comment really quick.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a priority for me in my role on Management Council, why I ran. I'm going to be voting no on this one. I think that I'm just not understanding all these committees to committees, select committees, subcommittees, task force. It's just each one, you could name hundreds of other things that we could name this for, and there isn't really besides what's making this different other than that we did it in the past. So I'm going to be voting no on this, and I would think that, Labor, Health could say, hey, let's do a joint meeting with the Appropriations Committee and work out some of this stuff. And yeah, it wouldn't be paid, I guess. And maybe that's one difference, but I think that's fine. I think that we can work these things out and work together. And I'm just not understanding some of these. And it is an important issue, and no question there, but I don't think we need a whole new body for it. So I'm voting no. Thank you.
All right, anybody on the internet, on the screen, want to comment? Anybody around here? Okay, let's go ahead and have the vote
Mr. Chairman, could we repeat what
to know
exactly
exactly
we're voting on? Is it 4 or is it 6?
6, but maybe we should recap the motion with 6 for the record. Do you want to do that, Mr. Speaker?
So Mr. Chairman, so it would be to constitute a select committee on mental health and substance abuse of 6 members, 3 from each body, that would do that and also work on be part of the task force on House Bill 38, which is House Enrolled Act 56.
Okay. You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Hands. All those in favor, raise your hand. 7. Those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Okay. All righty. Director
Mr.
Albrecht, we go into a different
Yeah,
topic now?
Mr. Chairman, if you wouldn't mind, on the vote on the select committee on community college funding, we had that as that vote failing to reconstitute that select committee on a 6-5 vote.
Yeah,
Okay. Senator Kinski left a proxy on that in aye, but it still fails on a 6-6.
it's still a
vote.
tie.
Yep. So, Mr. Chairman, under agenda item 9, we actually only have one of these requests to consider. We dealt with the per diem and mileage related to House Bill 38 or House Enrolled Act 56. The funding request for chairman to attend budget hearings, you dealt with that already in the JAC approval. That was the actual, wasn't that the additional 32 days? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was in there. Let's go back and look at. If you look at the, under JAC. Mr. Chairman, it was the special funding request. I think the committee requests up to 32 member days to include salary for members of the House and Senate to attend the JAC budget hearings. I took that to be the request for the committee chairman to attend.
Yeah.
And be paid to attend the
There.
budget hearings.
Okay. Leave it at that. No further action needed. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think then that to me, there's a disconnect in that budget for the JAC because there's 20 days of JAC, just budget hearings, 4 weeks of budget hearings. And I don't think I think there's a disconnect between 5 days of regular committee meetings and then 20 days, that's 25 days. And then you have 3 select committees that we also approved, or 2, 3, whatever, smaller committees. So I think it's fine. I'm not suggesting, but I think the budget is actually it's actually under budgeted for the committee now, if that actually includes the committee meetings for all the other chairmen. That'd just be my respectful suggestion.
Well, Mr. Chairman, actually, this is a little unique the way they did this year because most years we don't appropriate for the budget hearings within their committee request. That's a standalone. They usually only request, their standard budget request is $26,000 a year. And so that's only for their interim committee meetings, not for the budget hearings. That's a separate pot of money that's outside of this request.
Okay. Leave it at that. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, so the one issue then left under agenda item 9 is the appointment of ex officio members to select committees and task forces. And that actually, I think the only request on this is for potentially one additional member from each body, from each house to the Capital Finance Committee. And
Was a request. And let me ask you this, is that flexible that we can do some reappointments within that, or is this just official once it's done?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Can we make changes with this after it's done, or is this an official motion that it is what it is? I mean, can we come back and say we want to switch 1 or 2 people?
So, Mr. Chairman, you're asking if you've already made your appointments to the Cap Fin Committee. So this would be additional members to that. And that's a statutorily created committee.
Oh, no,
that's-
not that committee, but in general, this is for select committees and task forces in general. Should we want to make changes? Do we have the flexibility to do that?
Mr. Chairman, you've already announced most of your appointments to those committees, so you would need to switch those. And again, I think once you make those, if they're a statutory select committee, you're probably, absent some defect in the appointments, need to retain those.
Go ahead.
A little background on the genesis of this is, particularly for Cap Fin, is what we're looking at is some of the stuff that we passed for Cap Fin is looking at substantial potential changes to the way we invest the $22.3 billion or $22.6 billion in the state of Wyoming with the two bills that we passed with 244 and I believe 219 were House bills. And what we're trying to do is build some more institutional knowledge for that Cap Fin committee. And so what we would do is bring on one or two ex officio committee members, because it's anticipated from the IFC, the information that we've got from the state treasurer's office and then from the current chairman of the Cap Fin, we're talking somewhere between a 3 to 5 year build out for this. And so what we're trying to do is build some more legislative institutional knowledge to add an extra one or two members ex officio to Cap Fin to be able to start to integrate them in as this turnover in Cap Fin happens, either through for retirements or elections or whatever that is, so that we have some institutional knowledge in this 3 to 5 year build out of this whole investment strategy that they're anticipating. And so that was the rationale behind adding one or two ex officio members from each side.
Okay, sorry, I'm sorting something out. Let's go back to that committee that you just had. Cap Fin, can we add those two people?
So, Mr. Chairman, what I kind of worked out was you can't appoint more actual members, voting members to the committee. That's limited by statute of how many people you can appoint to it. And you can't appoint alternates to it anymore either, because you've got a management council policy that says no alternates. So I thought the next best option was an ex officio member. And that just means someone who can attend the meeting, but can't vote and can't take any official role within that committee.
So can we open up two positions for ex officio?
You bet, Mr. Chairman. Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any member can attend any meeting. And so I'm curious about what the difference would be. And is it pay that the person would be getting
Ex
pay?
officio gets paid.
Well, that would be part of the motion. You bet.
Okay.
Do we-
And if I may follow, and then the expectation that as an ex officio member, as opposed to just another member of the chamber, that person would be attending.
So we needed to make one more switch, but technically we can't because it's already published, right?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think once you make a statutory select committee appointment, now it's not
It's already
as,
published, but we're going to make it official right here.
Mr. Chairman, I'm really having a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry.
Okay. We've already published, but we were thinking about one more change, but it's already published and it is what it is. That's,
Mr. Chairman, here's what I'll suggest. Why don't you just take this motion in front of you now, and then we can discuss this later, you and I.
fair enough.
Okay.
Motion is, do we want to do the ex officio motion? Okay. Go ahead and move it if you would.
I can't hear you. Oh, yeah, there we go. All right, I'm getting good at that. I'm not using that. So, Mr. Chairman, I would move that we allow the president of the Senate and the Speaker of the House to appoint up to two ex officio members to the Capital Finance Committee, and that they would receive the same compensation, travel expenses and per diem as members of the committee.
Second, is there a second? Is there a second? Can I second it? I'll second it. All those in favor say aye. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm going to resist the motion. We could contemplate a policy on this maybe and talk about how we would do this, but my concern is equity, that providing an opportunity for certain legislators to travel and be paid to certain meetings as opposed to other legislators who would not be paid for going to those same meetings when they're not serving on the committee. I don't know, that one gets me a little bit. I don't feel like, if we all had the opportunity to do that, if it were equitable among the 90 legislators, where we could put in and have a few extra payments or whatever, that's a policy I'll support. In fact, I'd love it if everyone had, 5 free paydays or something to go attend meetings. I'm in. But again, the idea that we're just going to make a few exceptions for a couple of people, it's just not something I'm comfortable with from an equity standpoint for all of the legislators, where I know that there will be others, and I don't even know who we're talking about on this list. But I'm going to guess there's plenty of legislators who would love to have their salary and per diem paid to go attend certain meetings, and they would learn from it, and the legislature would be better for it. And I'm a little uncomfortable with this approach.
Further discussion? Go ahead.
I don't disagree with my colleague at all, except for the nature of what we're dealing with here. And it now generates somewhere between 20 to 30% of the total revenues for the state of Wyoming. And we're talking about substantial or potentially changes that generate more revenue with this build out of the IFC and the treasurer's office and some of the things that have been discussed in CapFin to try to maximize those revenues for the state of Wyoming. We're talking about 25% of our revenues to the state, long-term investment of almost $23 billion. It's a little higher than just saying any other committee that you want to attend to. And especially when the advice that we've got from the IFC is that they anticipate this to be a 3 to 5 year build out to get to the state of Wyoming to where we need to be to generate more revenue off of those investments. So normally, and I concur wholeheartedly with my colleague, other than this is a little bit different animal than saying just another committee to go to get better informed. So.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed, nay? No. Raise your hands. All those in favor say aye. 8. Those opposed? That's what I was thinking. Let's do that over. You threw me off, Senator Guru.
Sorry about that.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No, okay, let's just do it. Hands up, ayes. 1, 2. That's it. That's it. Opposed? Yeah, bill fails. Proposal fails.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think there is a value in building the bench, but I'd rather bring a bill next session to add 2 members from each body and have them be both active participants in it. If this is a 5-year process, getting something for the next 8 months, and I'll co-sponsor that as an individual bill, if that's something you want to consider. But I agree with building the bench, but I actually want them on the field too. And that would be my respectful suggestion. So thank you.
Go ahead.
And I don't know what these numbers would look like, but I'd certainly support just offering the opportunity for any legislator to show up. It's not gonna break the bank because nobody's gonna show up.
That's what I do anyways.
I know. But I mean, even with, if this is important, as a good senator stated, pay their per diem and mileage, just let them choose. That's fine. It's equitable. I'm not averse to the concept.
Okay, let's move on. What else?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we're bouncing around on the agenda here a little bit. I'm
Yeah,
sorry
I'm trying to
about
track
that.
you. That's why I'm asking you.
But we're going to discuss interim committee meeting locations, and then also goes along with that is remote participation at committee meetings. So in preparation for this meeting, Anthony sent out a survey to local governments, school districts, community colleges, UW, and other folks that we have typically used their meeting space to find out whose meeting facilities would meet our requirements for a joint interim committee to hold a meeting with remote participation there. Meaning like we did today, where we could have Zoom two-way communications at that meeting. So we got a list. It is included in your packet under agenda item 7. This is a living document, which we've broken out into regions of the state. I think we've got, what, Anthony, 18 different locations. That includes the Capitol complex on there as well, is one of those of where we can meet and have remote participation like we did today. And members of council, really outside of these facilities, remote participation, as we've become used to with a physical component to it, would not be possible in other locations within the state. So like I said, I don't think we've captured the complete universe of locations, but unless they have the requirements needed in bandwidth, in their microphone system being connected to a room microphone system that we can then plug in with Zoom, unless they have the monitors we need available, we won't be able to have remote participation at an interim committee meeting.
Well, all right. Then do we need to actually take any formal motion then?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think what you need to do is provide guidance to your chairman on what your expectations are for them when selecting a meeting location.
Just simply that we have the ability to go remote with internet.
I mean, you know, I'll just remind council, the presiding officer sent out a letter right at the end of the session stating their expectation that members be in person for committee meetings, that remote participation at committee meetings is no longer acceptable except upon special circumstances and as approved by the committee chairman. But the expectation was that members would attend meetings in person. But your expectation was that remote participation would continue to be allowed for members of the public. And I've been approached by the governor's office about, due to budget reductions within travel budgets for executive branch agencies, many executive branch agencies don't have the budgets to travel to meetings. So they would need a remote participation component to be able to participate.
So should we just revise the letter, send it out again?
Well, you know, Mr. Chairman, I just kind of thought maybe we'd have some council discussion on what this council would like to see for their committee meetings. You know, you can still do a remote participation at a meeting through a phone line. You know, that's how we always did it before. It was just a speaker phone. And so you could still meet in a location, have a call-in number for agency folks. This then gets into the broader discussion that really came up yesterday during our chairman training of what the remote participation for public testimony will look like too, if we meet a location that has the ability to have public participation remotely. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that, you know, this discussion can continue. We'll probably need to have another meeting here before the end of the month that we could do remotely on what you want that remote participation to look like.
Right. Do you want us to narrow down where the places will have the adequate internet to cover it? What do you want done?
Mr. Chairman, I just think it's really up to council on what they want, what you want.
Well, I agree
from
with that,
your
but
interim
to sit there and
committee.
try to put together a list at this point, I think we just have to say our emphasis is to meet in person, and when you can't, you join us remotely.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's a little bit broader issue than that. I mean, in that you can have your meeting and you can require your committee to be there in person, but it's whether you want the public and the agencies to be able to remotely participate. And if you do, and if you want to use the Zoom platform like we're using today and like we've used all of last year, then you're restricted to meeting in only these locations that we've identified so far. Add in the extra component of executive branch agencies likely not having the travel budget, many of them to be able to go to meetings around the state. So if you want your agencies to be able to participate, we'll have to have some sort of remote participation capability there. Doesn't need to be Zoom, could be just a conference phone line.
Let's do this. Committee, do we take the committee and say, at this point and say, these are the places we can meet, and we pass a motion to that extent? Because you've identified where those are right now. Otherwise, there will be places out there that we've already noted today
Yes.
that won't meet that criteria.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, that's exactly right. That if that's management council's expectation that the interim committees only meet in places where you can have two-way communication with Zoom, then it would be limited to these locations.
Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss, and then Senator
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Connolly, did I hear?
So I'm a little concerned with the list because honestly, two of the places that I'm planning to meet with Blockchain Select Committee aren't on here. And we've been meeting at these places for years. And honestly, we've had virtual participation for years.
There's been no problem.
You'll recall we've been doing this on blockchain for quite a while. Yeah, exactly. And so Jackson at the library and then the university library are
Right.
places that we've always frequented.
Go ahead.
So I guess I have a concern from that standpoint that this isn't a complete list. I think the concern though that the director's pointing out is if you are going to have remote participation, you need to have like a certified facility if you're going to do that. And maybe there are some boxes that you have to be able to check beforehand. I think that's a fair approach. I do think that we already have in policy, unless we've changed it through updates, which is very possible, that again, prior to COVID, it was up to the chair if they wanted to use virtual testimony. And again, that was a policy we put in place years ago and we've been using on the Blockchain Select Committee so that people can come in through whatever platform they need to. And I think that flexibility for the chairman is still appropriate. But I think the planning ahead of time is what has to happen, where they can't show up and expect all the bells and whistles to take place if they've selected a location through their own decisions that doesn't offer those bells and whistles.
Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And actually, it's a question for Matt. I'm not familiar with most of these locations, even though I've been to lots of meetings over the years. And so I'm curious if there was also consideration about these rooms being large enough to hold 50 or 60 people, as well as have that remote capacity. I'm thinking about the LCCC Albany County Campus, room 108, and I don't think that's big enough for what we typically have at a committee meeting.
So Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
To first to Senator Rothfuss' point, you bet. You know, we sent the Jackson Public, or we sent Teton County, nobody responded. So we can reach out to them. And same with UW, nobody's responded yet. And we've reached out to UW, still no response, not sure why. But we will continue to do that. And if people have locations they want us to specifically reach out to that you've met in the past, you think meet these requirements, that's why I said this is a living document. I would be hesitant if it's not on the document or if we can't verify beforehand saying that you can do remote participation in some location in the state. But I, by no means am I trying to say that we've captured the complete universe of places we can meet. And I sure hope we haven't. To Representative Connolly's point, in the survey, we asked if they could fit 14 member at a dais and if the dais was movable or fixed. And then if they had seating for 30 plus members of the audience.
So at this point, we move forward with the idea we've got a base area where we can meet with internet. There are some communities noted in there, for example, Saratoga. We're not sure, correct?
Chairman, you're right. Nobody from Saratoga responded that they could hold a meeting that met our requirements.
But yet they may be able to.
It's conceivable,
Okay.
right?
So I don't think we need to necessarily put any sideboards on at this point. We just let the committee chairs.
Yeah, you got to provide some direction. And here's what I think, and it probably isn't direction that's done today. But first you need to tell what your chairman, what your expectation is to them. I mean, where do you want them to meet? What, what level of remote participation do you want them to have? The public has come to expect to be able to participate remotely at our meetings. Do we want to continue that across the board?
With that, then we would entertain a motion. Do we want to establish right now that we will only be meeting
No.
where you can have remote participation?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I certainly don't want to go down that road, given the fact that sometimes participation, and particularly when I sit on committees like Ag and we met in Hewlett and Du Bois, places like Lovell, Wyoming and Pinedale, Wyoming, I don't think it's appropriate to exclude. We're down to maybe 10 or 12 municipalities within the state of Wyoming here, and there's 93. Sometimes we get a lot better participation by being out there, getting to those constituent organizations. So I would suggest if we're going to do anything, we leave it to the discretion of the committee chairs to the extent practical that they deem that they can provide public comment. And that may be through a conference call, or it may be Zoom, or whatever facilities are appropriate. But to exclude committee meetings from the rest of Wyoming, other than a few of these municipalities, I think is extremely problematic.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you've got.
Go ahead on the screen. We got, let's start with Representative Summers and then Representative Schwartz. And Mr. Speaker, would you weigh in a moment too?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so I'm kind of the opposite way. I think we finally figured out a system by which we can meet remotely. And I think it's the only thing that's going to save a citizen legislature. So today, if I don't meet remotely, I miss 3 days. 3 days for one meeting. And and that's what I signed up for. I agree. But we actually have the technology now to do something differently. And I certainly understand the issue of public participation if it's from out of state. I think there's ways to limit how we allow public participation. But I don't want to lose the fact that a committee member could come in remotely on a video, not audio, because then I do think you're at a disadvantage, but on a video. And so that's just, I'm probably the lone gunner here, but I think the only way you save a citizen legislature is you allow at times when we have issues we have to deal with that we can do that remotely.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the majority floor leader got a lot of my points. I think what we've seen happen in the last year with public participation online is something we should be proud of and take advantage of. I mean, I was looking today, there was over 100 people watching Management Council, which is, I'm sure, far more than ever before. I will add, I have a concern when I read about these locations. It says they've met most, if not all, of the necessary capabilities. And my position is they need to meet all of the capabilities. I want to make sure that this remote virtual type meeting goes on in the future the way we've seen it today, where it works smoothly and is available to everybody. So I feel very strongly about that. Thank you.
Senator Grew and Representative Yen in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, the majority floor leader is not the lone wolf. I agree completely. And I think it points out, while I know we want to do these things, and I too agree, I'd like to meet in more communities and have these meetings in all parts of the state. I think we can get there if we keep working on broadband and we keep working, and we've got some great opportunities coming up in the near future to do it. But I too don't want to throw away this vehicle that I think actually adds to public participation.
Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I want to add that, what was I going to say? I have forgotten. I have a question for Director Olbrich. So Director Olbrich, I'm interested to know what are the requirements in the survey, and could those requirements be handled by LSO by having some sort of mobile toolkit essentially, and basically all we need from them is space and broadband, right? So if we have a package of cameras that we can set up and mics, et cetera.
Director?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, good question. And Representative Yin, we specifically did not want to go that route with, requiring
Extra equipment.
extra equipment and also extra personnel traveling to meetings too, because we couldn't have our attorneys setting up, anything but the most basic of sound systems. And also, if the mics aren't connected into the room speaker system, then it's hard to pick up on Zoom. And you also can't travel with the necessary size monitors like we've got in here today to be able to watch the Zoom participants in the meeting. So those are the kind of requirements we asked for. Thinking about this today, here's I think what council is going to need to do with this. You're going to need a new policy on your.
We're going to
remote
need one. I'm just trying to sort it out tonight. Can I
You
just
bet.
double check with Representative Yin? Does that answer your question? Representative Yin?
That does, yeah, that'll be fine.
All right. So Director, what we're coming to a conclusion here is I think there's more votes as I anticipate for having a select group of places to meet. But we've still got we still need some time to sort this out.
You bet. So Mr. Chairman, here's what I'm going to suggest is give me direction today on what you would want a remote participation policy for your joint interim committees to begin to look like. Then we can notice a meeting, shortly within the next 2 or 3 weeks, a half-day meeting to meet and discuss this and take comment on it so that folks have the ability. We haven't even really talked about the thorny issue yet either, which is how and to what level you allow remote participation.
What?
And I think what I hear from the committee is, and actually I don't know what I hear from you on this. So, and I don't suppose you know.
I'm
either
trying to summarize
exactly.
what we hear on. I think I've heard from everybody except Representative Gray and the speaker.
Maybe I'll change that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think there's 4 to 6 issues here. One of them that you just mentioned is the remote participation for members. I guess there was a letter. I mean, is it just frowned upon? I mean, on this meeting now, we have 4 members participating remotely. Is it just frowned upon? Is it after permission? It's not frowned upon? Is it not allowed? Which I guess based on where we've gone so far, that's not what the letter meant. So that's one. And I think there are 3 or 4 others. Maybe I'll sketch that out in an email to you, but I think you're seeing that too. I think there's 4 to 6 issues here.
Fair enough, but where are you in the summary of meeting in just a select group of communities that provide the service?
Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned about that direction, because
Okay, so you'd be a
leaves
no.
out a significant part of. So, one thing we could potentially talk about, I think back to my experience on ag and with Chairman Hicks as the lead, which was a tremendous experience, those meetings. I mean, in Hewlett and really, but I think that we could have gotten the audio part and the Zoom part for audio in those locations and then still had the video managed remotely from Cheyenne for participation with the audio piped in. And you know what I'm saying? I mean, and there's some level of moving off the complete in some situations.
All right.
And so that's.
Well, for now though, you'd be a no, right? There'll be variance in this, but.
I think we can build a policy that
Well, we can.
Has
I'm just
some
trying to figure out
variations.
where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
With that, you finished?
Well, I think we can build a policy that has some variations that still allows remote participation in every single circumstance, with planning.
With
ahead of
time. With
Yes.
time, but not tonight. Just getting a feel for where my body is. Mr. Speaker, you're the last one.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we and the public have become very accustomed to really a 24 hour cycle. You can go look at the committee, you can go start looking at what we did this morning right now online. And so people have become used to that. The letter that the president, and I won't speak for the president, but I certainly think that the best work we do is in person as a committee, as legislators, as developing policy and building relationships, that's in person. I think the letter also gave some latitude to the chairman to address circumstances of members. The real question is what level of public participation and the executive branch as part of the testifying public, what level of participation do we allow them, and how much access? Meaning, is it contemporary access, meaning drop of a dime they can be testifying, or is it going back to the day before type of setup where if you want to testify, get in the queue so people know, so we can make the appropriate arrangements, et cetera. So I'm very comfortable with where we are for the legislative members. Meaning, let's try to be together if we can. Chairman, it's the public participation that I think, there's physical barriers potentially in some communities. And two, do we want to have some maybe artificial barriers to, not maybe the best way to say it, but some artificial things that we say, hey, look, we don't need the entire world tuning in to Wyoming. We want those really truly interested parties that are we're going to gain something from. Came up yesterday in the chairman training, and I listened into a part of that. I had to step away, but chairmen feel like some of their committee time, their valuable committee time during the session started getting deteriorated because there was so much public comment, and a lot of it became repetitive, and it's hard to manage that when you've got all this contemporary stuff. And I'm not talking about from our Capital Club members. I'm not talking about from folks that have an interest in Wyoming. I'm talking about from lots of other folks.
General public.
Thank you.
As a whole. Okay. So let's narrow this down. Say in 2 weeks, we come back together, we have a refined policy. We can see where the body is now. There's probably more votes to have something set up with a digital visual program. But in 2 weeks, we might know 2 or 3 more places that could meet.
Mr. Chairman, and we can continue our active solicitation, of different meeting
Right.
locations around the state. I would say this, and I know that this is akin to heresy in the Wyoming State Legislature, but even if we met in these places and these places only, we still meet in more places than any other legislature I know of.
Agreed.
Yeah. So you can't have your cake and eat it too on this one. It's either
We were
you
trying
can
to.
have remote participation or you can meet in small communities.
Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess the one request I'd make out is just send out a blast email to all members and ask, and send out what the criteria is you've sent out to all these places. Identified 2, I can think of 2 in my community that didn't make the list. I can't explain why people aren't responding that you've sent them to, but many of us have places that we already meet and do things in. And, give us an opportunity to help maybe flesh out some of the lists. So maybe we will get
You're saying
another
2
20 more
locations.
communities, to the members of the legislature.
Yeah.
Send us the criteria and say, hey, you know of any of these places? We'll send you back here, check with this, this, and this, and maybe we'll get 20 more places and 20 more communities.
What we'll do is just send out the survey to members and members can forward it on to other places in their community to see if they do truly meet that criteria.
We're going to pick up some that way. Go ahead. Let's go to Senator Roth.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. After hearing the discussion, I have a few thoughts kind of organizing what we've been talking about. The first is that there really are 3 different groups that have to be contemplated. One is our policy for legislators. And it seems for legislators, we definitely want our policy to be written such that all legislators shall endeavor to be there in person to the greatest degree possible, but recognizing that
Coordinating with your chair.
yeah, exactly. If you can't make it, you'll probably have a good reason. But I worry honestly that we'll end up just being 50% virtual and 50% not because people don't want to drive or whatever the case is. I agree with the speaker that hurts us. And I think we kind of need for legislators the shall endeavor to show up in person regardless of where it's at, just like we always have. For invited speakers, this is where I think we get our most value of trying to be able to bring people in virtually for an hour of good testimony where we don't need them to drive across the state. So our agencies or somebody that's on the other side of the planet, you've been to meetings where Henning Diedrich, for example, he's at all of our meetings and he's in Berlin. Right, yeah. Yeah, every meeting, middle of the night. But again, we need enhanced technology for that. So that's going to have to be a circumstance where we're at a select location. And then there's the public participation. I think that's the challenge to wrestle with, because even if we have one of these excellent locations, how do we want to handle that? That can be up to the chair, but it definitely is a different level of challenge. And remember when we did it during session, it worked smoothly because we always had somebody from LSO in the background, an extra staff person, full-time, operating it seamlessly for us. I don't know if that's what we're planning, but it's a lot of additional work if we have that level of interaction by LSO. These other ones aren't that hard.
The ones existing on the list.
Right.
Okay.
So that's a concern. One other point we haven't discussed is full Zoom committee meetings. We did an awful lot of one day or half days during this last interim, which were incredibly valuable. Everyone's on Zoom. I don't want to stop that. I don't want a policy that says you can't have Zoom committee meetings anymore, because sometimes those are great. A half-day meeting, it shouldn't replace what we're doing, but what a great way to augment what we're doing, and what a great way to bring in the public from everywhere. At that point, you go back to what we did during COVID and making sure that we've got that policy in place. It's a great way to get the opportunity for the full public engagement. And the final thought with regard to the director's question about, should we go all in for high quality facilities or not? I think we default for high quality facilities, but once again, there's no reason for us not to be flexible, where if a committee chair says, I want a meeting in Hewlett, we say, okay, but we're kind of crossing off all of the tech support, because the reality is a halfway tech solution is horrible. It leads to headaches. It leads to our staff going crazy and feeling pressure. It leads to the public feeling like they've been failed. Honestly, it needs to be either a 10
Completely agree with you.
or a 0.
Yeah, completely agree with you there. Thank you.
Yep.
I thought it was Representative Gray first, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a couple issues. One on the members. I mean, I really feel that we should be striving for complete membership in committees in person. And I think we need to talk about, I mean, look, okay, so someone decides not to do it. I mean, should they really be allowed to request per diem? I know there might be statutory issues on that, but
you don't show up, you don't get paid.
I mean, per diem, I mean, the point of per diem is that you're there. I mean, I think it's
I agree
pretty.
with you. Okay, let's go to Representative Connolly. We're narrowing this out. Folks, what we're seeing is we're transitioning into the new age. And we were kind of forced into it by COVID, and now we're going to find a way to make it work.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my comment is in relation to that third category that's been laid out about public participation. And it seems like we might be going down a road of let the chairs decide. And I'd like to caution us against that. I think we have far too many individuals, Capital Club members that participate in many different committee meetings. And to have different rules, honestly, for each committee would make it makes it very complicated and difficult. And so I think having kind of a general policy for public participation will make it clear all the way around.
That's a very good point. We're going to standardize things. What I gather from this director is the majority of this group wants to go with those existing locations where we can make it work. In the meantime, I've asked my chairs on my side to go and meet in those locations and have your people meet in person too. So let's bring back an in-person committee meeting. Mr. Speaker, anything else you'd want to add? So that's kind of the summary we got. Couple of weeks, you pull us back together, we'll have
So-
this refined.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, let me just kind of reiterate what I heard you say is the expectation is that legislators will be in person at meetings.
Correct.
Committee members will be in person.
Correct.
They need to get chairman approval if they will not be in person, if they want to participate remotely.
That's probably not
On
gonna
meeting
happen much.
locations, if a chairman wants remote participation at that meeting, Zoom capability, then they'll have to meet in one of these places that we have approved as being capable of holding a Zoom meeting. If they choose not to meet at one of those places, they will not be able to participate.
That's it.
They will not have remote participation.
Just don't have the support.
Okay.
Vice President, did you have something to add?
Oh, Mr. President, and I agree with that, my colleague, and I'm glad he brought that out because I've got numerous examples where with the Ag Committee, we met in Hewlett, Wyoming, and we took testimony from the Forest Service, the Regional Forest, and we went and we toured the sawmills. And another case, we met in Du Bois, Wyoming, because we had to go review our fire policies and FEMA reimbursements and Forest Service, and you got to go out on the Lava Mountain Fire, and that committee stood out in the field. And I think of the Select Water Committee that often meets in rural areas around the state of Wyoming to go review infrastructure and programs that the state offers to those areas. So I do think that you have to make the exception that there's going to be places that you're just not going to have
And
that
then-
remote capability, but you have to give that discretion to the chairman.
Right, and then we just publish and make the announcement, you don't have the video support, period. So, Representative Gray.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The list, though, is much, much more comprehensive than this. I mean, it's on orders of magnitude. I mean, I think of those ag meetings we did, Pinedale, absolutely. The Pinedale meeting, that room, it was at the BLM office, would have had that in 2017. I mean, the Hewlett one, I mean, a lot of these towns have, with the COVID funds, I think, and with requirements built out in their municipal facilities, the ability for remote meetings in their county or town facilities. So I think that there's probably way more communities than listed here. And it might take a call, not just an email. I don't know if
Well,
that
What
would
about
be-
this, Representative Gray and everyone on the committee? We just get this started with this right now. Work with what we've got. We'll add communities along the way.
Just, Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray's point, there might be, but here's the two limiting factors. The size of our committees are so big.
Right.
So a town council room might have the technology we need, but you couldn't fit 14 people in it. The other thing that's going to be a limiting factor is the cameras and the room microphone system. The cameras, we wanted cameras were able to zoom in on the speaker when speaking. We didn't want a room only view. With a 14-member committee, it's really not advantageous. It's really not conducive to remote participation. And what you could do on that is stream it over YouTube, just have, that level. But that is not the two-way communication that I think that was the direction to go with. So those two are the two big limiting factors. Then the third one being the room microphone system.
Right. We got to get this right. And I think we're on a track. You've reiterated what we have. Let's narrow it down.
Yeah,
Next 2 weeks.
Mr. Chairman, just one other one, and it's the big one. And that is what level of remote participation you want to allow from the public. Meaning, and here's the options as I see it, is you don't have to allow remote participation. But if you do allow remote participation, do you want to do what we did during session, have the Zoom webinar feature where people can sign up through a link on the day of the meeting in real time to come in and provide testimony, or also just be on the link. And if they want to speak, just ask to be included as a panelist. Do we want to do that? Or do we want to go back to the system where we do signups required sometime before the meeting kickoff, if you want to speak on a topic? And I sent you earlier today, Abby found Montana's online form. They asked where you're from. make you download any comments you might have. We could do that sort of setup. And of course, and my thought is the release valve then is, well, hey, if there's something that comes up you want to present at that day, then you can actually travel to that meeting, which you couldn't last year. Last year, the only way to testify was via Zoom.
Different
So
year.
that is some direction I need from council on what that policy will look like. What will be your direction to your chairman on that issue?
Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, my inclination would be to not have the real time when you're out around the state, but actually to allow a committee, if you're meeting here in the Capitol, to provide that opportunity. So if I've got something where I want broad external work, this Capitol does that great. We can get that done. We've got the staff. We can make it happen. And if you're meeting elsewhere, don't do it. Just do either in-person testimony or the web testimony that we're
Pre-registered.
discussing.
Mm.
Exactly. The
Yeah.
pre-registered, not the real time. So signing up kinds of things like
Oh,
we've done before. where
Keeps
we-
it cleaner and organized.
Yeah. But I think if we're here in the Capitol, and I guess I'd ask the director what the workload would look like for that. But I think that it's workable here. We did a great job with it here. And maybe that could be done if somebody chooses to do a committee meeting here for the purpose of having that opportunity, which if you have a contentious bill, where you want to provide that opportunity or you want a lot of diverse input, maybe that's a possible vehicle.
Representative Summers.
So, Mr. Chairman, I do like the idea that you sign up, now if, before the whole presumption was you couldn't come anyway. So, and then so the people that really wanted to comment didn't know when they were going to want to comment. But I think you should have to sign up beforehand. But I'm going to go back to what was said about meeting in Pinedale or meeting wherever remotely from whatever far corner of the state. Public, the way we have it set up where the public can participate remotely provides far more access to my county and people in my county than have ever existed before to the legislature. And I think to lose that is an injustice just because we don't want to take the time to figure it out when we've already figured it out. And so I am in favor of signing up early, but I think we need to make it where anybody in the state of Wyoming that wants to participate knows the rules, and the rules should be the same for every committee. So the public understands the rules of the game. And I know I'm losing a losing battle on the legislative thing, but I still think that there is no reason that a legislator shouldn't be in this day and age, shouldn't be able to participate remotely.
We're going to get things refined, Representative, going in the next 2 weeks. Anybody else here in the room or on the screen? Oh, Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I would say I think the webinar has a lot of benefits that the meeting version does not have with regards to being able to access people back and forth and have them come back if they're around. One thing that I would suggest maybe that we could do is have the pre-sign up sheet list and then send the webinar registration info to only the people on the pre-sign up list. And that way they're the only ones that can view on the webinar. And that way we kind of get the benefits of both. But I would say that I do think that the ahead of time sign up is probably better than allowing people to register online day of.
Pre-registration, I'm feeling support for that. Anybody opposed to it? So we got that in there. You are?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am opposed to the
Okay,
pre-registration.
so we got at least one. All right.
Mr. Chairman, if someone could clarify what the deadline is it midnight the day before? Or, we haven't talked about that. Is it an hour before the topic comes up? Is it before the topic's completed and the agenda item moves? I mean, that hasn't been talked about.
Well, a week out in front of me.
Mr. Chairman, last year it was 5 o'clock of the day before the topic was to be considered.
We'll just leave it at that unless somebody wants to try something different.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's the
Okay.
right answer because of the fact that there's some work that has to take place.
Sure.
Close of business allows for our staff to do what needs
To
to be done
accommodate.
in 15 more minutes or 20 more minutes, and then they get to go home, which is important.
Okay. All right, I think we've got this narrowed down for you, Director. This was fun,
I
wasn't
think you
it?
did, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. That
Yes.
was.
We're just
a rough
transitioning
one
into
for
the new
end of the
age.
day,
COVID
but-
forced us into it.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Okay.
right.
All right. Anything else? What else you
Um,
got for us?
Mr. Chairman, just one other issue before we go into executive session, and that is a request from Senator Hicks to discuss possible organization of the legislative email. And the issue being that getting so much email, legislators getting so much email during the session that they lose track of emails from either LSO staff, from other legislators, or from members of the executive branch.
It's an issue.
As well. So my suggestion, Mr. Chairman, is twofold. First, I talked to Jamie, and he's done this for some legislators. You can create a rule where all emails from wildledge.gov or any domain name you want, any domain location. So it could be wildledge.gov. It could be yo.gov too, which is the executive branches. We could include any other emails we wanted in that would go to a folder. It would leave your inbox and go to a specific folder. We could put that under favorites and you could view that folder and see all of those emails. Of course, the inverse is true as well, right? Anything without a WyoLedge or WyoGov email would go to the folder and just WyoLedge and WyoGov would stay view in your inbox view when you opened up your email. Those would be the two suggestions. You can also have legislative tech and process look at it too and come back to council with more of a suggestion.
Is that complicated? I mean,
No, Mr. Chairman, setting up that rule is easy.
go ahead.
Mike,
Mr. Chairman, I know that Jamie had did that for one of them, and even as it got into the session, that kind of broke down and wasn't working either. So maybe it's just a refinement of how we do that, but it's certainly something we need to get that so you don't spend 20 minutes sorting through trying to.
This year, yeah, this year I probably saw more emails.
Just a comment back to Matt that I know that it broke down and didn't work doing the folder thing. So maybe it's just more work on that issue.
So we'll plan to go that way. Anybody on the screen or in the room want to comment on that? Or, okay, and Representative Yen?
clicked out of the window. I think it makes sense for legislative technology select committee to work on it. There's probably more than one rule that we can do to help organize it. Just that simple rule itself would be good, but I don't think it will really solve all of our problems. So tasking the other committee to work on it and come back to us would probably be useful.
Yeah. Representative Yen, he's a tech guy, so he knows. Okay. Anybody else? All right. Kind of keep working towards that. Anything else, sir?
Mr. Chairman, probably just take final public comment on anything
general?
and then go out of public session. And I sent you all, if you can find it in your inbox, a new Zoom link for our executive session. We'll have to actually leave this meeting and start a new meeting.
Oh,
So-
so this will be an executive session in.
You bet. Just stay here in person, but for everyone appearing remotely, use my new Zoom link.
Do you
I'll
understand
start
that, you
meeting.
folks on remote? You
We
good?
can probably just take a 5-minute break after
Okay,
asking for.
let's
public
double
comment.
check. Any final public comment? Chief Clerk, thank you so much. You rock. Everything's great. Thank you. Okay. All right. Any more public comment? That's it. We'll close this down and then we'll move into executive session. Thank you for those who attended all day long.